Shayne. Starring Richard Denning. And co-starring Jerry Paris as Tim Rourke. Patricia Donahue as Lucy Hamilton. And Herbert Rudley as Will Gentry. With special guest star, Julie Adams.
Michael Shayne's office. No, he hasn't, Miss Morton. I'm sorry. Well, I have tried to locate him, but well, just as soon as Mr. Shayne comes in, I'll have him.
I have to talk to him. I need him. Why doesn't he call?
Miss Morton, I can only repeat that the reason Mr. Shayne hasn't called me is because he's on a very important case. Other men come to work at 8:30 in the morning. Where have you been all day?
Fishing.
Now, he tells me. Well, any luck?
No. One. How many calls?
7.
Yeah.
From one person. Miss Greta Morton, no less, called 7 times. No less.
Greta Morton, the crime reporter?
The same, fangs and all.
What'd she want?
Oh, she wouldn't tell me. I think she's allergic to underlings.
Yeah. Maybe she wants to put me in her column.
Well, I hope not. When they make her column, they're usually ripe for jail.
Where do I call it?
Oh, wait a minute. This just arrived, special delivery 5 minutes ago. 4 enclosures plus a letter. You better have a look.
You had 3 days to get out of Florida alive. Letters clipped from a magazine.
Number 2.
2 more days.
Number 3.
1 day left. What else?
Letter. Mr. Shayne, it is now 6:30. I've given up hope that you'll call before it's too late. I enclose 3 notes that my secretary will explain, also part of a retainer. I trust you'll earn it by finding my murderer. Signed, Greta Morton.
Your number?
Tide Haven Hotel, Highland 64699.
Retainer. How much?
4th enclosure. 1/2 of a $1,000 bill.
Miss Greta Morton, please. Come on, ring. All right, operator, have her paged, will you? I'll hold on.
Miss Greta Morton. Paging Miss Greta Morton. Telephone. Telephone for Miss Greta Morton.
That's better. I never kiss a lady when she's wearing glasses.
Oh, Mr. Rourke, please.
And you know, we've been together for nearly 2 hours and you're still being formal. The name's Tim. Timothy Patrick Xavier Rourke. Take your pick, but not Mr.
I'm sorry.
I'll accept your apology on one condition. That you'll marry me. You see, I've been stood up by your boss, and I still have my sense of humor. And that's unusual for a newspaper man. Which reminds me, when is La Morton joining us?
As soon as she contacts Mr. Shayne.
Oh, that may take a week. Mike's not always easy to find.
What's he like, Tim? Mr. Shayne, I mean. I've heard a lot about him.
Well, if your boss lady's in trouble, he's the best man in the state. He picks his cases, though. Why all the interest?
Because, well, I've never seen Miss Morton so upset. Maybe Mr. Shayne can help.
Maybe.
Miss Greta Morton. Telephone. Paging Miss Greta Morton.
I'll take it here, boy.
Half $1,000 bill. People play games when they think they're going to be murdered.
Greta Morton does. The way I hear it, she'll do anything for a story.
Well, when a woman exposes crime 7 days a week, she has to expect... Hello, Mike Shayne, Miss Morton.
This is Beatrice Drake, Mr. Shayne, Miss Morton's secretary. I heard her being paged, and well, didn't she answer in her room? Well, if she... Mr. Shayne, something is...
Hello, Mike. Tim. Did Greta Morton reach you today? Then get over here right away. We'll meet you in the cocktail lounge. And forget the red lights.
Close up shop, Lucy. See you in the morning.
Well, where are you going?
Fishing.
Huh?
For the other half of this bill.
This is her room.
Greta Morton. Mike Shayne.
Greta!
Got a key?
Just to the connecting room. Use it as an office. But it was locked when I left. In there.
Tim, take her out of here.
Come on, B.
Oh, but I have to call the police.
No, not now.
Mike,
What do you mean, not now?
Miss Morton doesn't want me to.
this is murder, Mike. You can't withhold evidence.
Greta Morton retained me to take her case.
But she was alive then. She's dead now.
I know. But she left something for me. See what's in her hand? A little reminder that I should start looking. She sent me the other half.
But the police.
They'll be called in, but not right away. I need all the time I can get.
You're not being smart, Mike.
Maybe not, but this is personal. If I hadn't been out fishing all day. But whoever did this, I want to nail him first. Then the police can. Now, you think you can pull yourself together and help me?
Well, I worked with Greta for 7 years. She wasn't the easiest person to get along with, but I understood her. I'll do whatever you say, Mr. Shayne.
Good. First, you can answer a few questions. Did Greta have many enemies?
She collected them. All those papers in the other room, the ones that were searched. They could have put a lot of people away.
Anyone in particular?
You could fill a phone book with their names.
Did she have any visitors recently? Any fights, arguments?
Not that I... Wait a minute, yes. Last night, I was in the office working late. Greta was here. The door was closed, but I could hear some man shouting at her.
Did you try to go in?
I knocked, but she said she didn't need me. After that, whoever it was kept his voice down.
Man's voice. Think you'd recognize it if you heard it again?
I think so. In fact, I'm sure I would.
Well, that changes things. You're sleeping out tonight.
Why?
The man you heard might have been the killer, and he knows you were here. I don't want to make it easy for him to find you. My name all over it. But I wasn't available. Tim, I want you to remember something. I haven't been in this room.
You haven't?
Right now, I'm out with Miss Drake, looking for Greta Morton, who's still alive.
She is.
I'll fill you in on how to play it on the way down.
Are you sure you know what you're doing?
If I did, I wouldn't be in this business.
Is it legal for me to evade questioning about a murder?
What murder?
Oh,
You and Tim and I waited for Miss Morton, but she didn't show. Then we went up to her room. No one answered. So you and I went out looking for her. Got it? Now, every move we make will be checked by the police. Where would she go? Restaurants, bars? Where would she have dinner? Let's clear up a few things. What about those threatening letters your boss received?
How'd you know? I thought you didn't talk to her.
Hello, would you page Tim Rourke for me, please? Well, she mailed them to me, special delivery. She wrote a letter at 6:30, and it was picked up at the hotel chute by 7:30. Yes, I'll hold on. Now, those warnings. Why didn't she call me when she got the first one?
Because she laughed at it. And the second one, too. She thought it was some kind of a joke. But when she got the third, she got worried and told me to get your number.
She showed the warnings to you?
I showed them to her. I always open the mail and screen it.
Who did she think they were from?
If she knew, she didn't tell me.
Hello, Tim. Mike.
Yeah, Mike. Ready to move?
You can throw the switch as soon as I hang up. Let's go. Well, I think one more should do it.
Well, we could try the Tahitian.
You mean Leo Gannett's place?
Uh-huh. Well, wait a minute. I just thought of something.
What?
Gannett might have sent those letters. Part of Greta's expose of Miami crime involved him.
You mean his gambling room?
He had to close it down. She was getting too close. I know for a fact that he offered her $50,000 to leave the state.
It's a lot of money to keep your name out of the papers. What did she say?
She laughed in his face.
Leo doesn't have a sense of humor. I think we'll try the Tahitian. Thought you said Gannett closed his gambling room.
He did.
The parking lot's loaded. It's a safe bet they're not all here just to sample that Cantonese menu he uses as a front. Do they know you here?
No.
Good. Go in without me and try to take a look at the gambling room. See if it's still closed.
Where will you be?
I'll meet you here in 15 minutes.
Yes?
I want to see Leo.
I'm sorry, sir. You'll have to come through the regular entrance.
Well, maybe I want to surprise him.
Well, I'm here to see that he doesn't get surprised.
Well, start earning your money, friend.
All right, kid. Suppose you let me worry about that, huh?
Hello, Leo.
Well, well. Mike Shayne. We'll be in touch, kid. Let me know what happens. How did you get in?
Oh, your boy was taking a coffee break.
That was very neglectful of him.
Well, I made him take it.
He got past me, Mr. Gannett.
All right. Shayne's a friend of mine. Get back where you belong, huh? Well, how are you, Mike, huh? Still looking through keyholes?
Has Greta Morton been here tonight?
No, and she won't be.
You sound very sure of that.
Yeah, I am. I gave orders not to let her in. Now, there's women reformers. You know, a woman's place is in the home. What's she to you, Mike?
A client. Someone's trying to run her out of town.
I'll sign that petition.
Suppose she decides to stay.
Then she might stay for good with a stone over her head. Oh, that's not a threat, Mike. It's just advice.
Here's that Morton dame stooge, Mr. Gannett. I caught her snooping around in the back room.
You work too hard, friend.
Shayne, let him go. Now, let's talk, Mike, huh? Without interruptions. Why don't you make yourself comfortable, huh? Want a drink?
I only drink with friends.
How about you, miss? I sense a definite hostility. Well, that's unfortunate because I've got to ask you a few questions. Did Greta Morton send you here?
I sent her.
Is that true?
Don't answer me, B. We're leaving.
Are you?
Oh, you're not going to shoot, Leo. The sound of a shot would panic this place.
I might risk it. After all, you did break into my office, didn't you? Take the girl into the other room, see what she's got to say without Mr. Shayne around.
Don't.
Do what I say.
Nice work, B. Come on. Good night, Leo. Said the gambling room was going full blast, huh? But why tonight, not last night?
I tried to find that out, but I was recognized.
By whom?
Kurt Emery.
Kurt. I think I saw him in Leo's office when I came in. Who is he?
He's Greta's husband. Morton's her maiden name.
Didn't even know she was married.
Well, they're separated. She's been paying him $500 a month to leave her alone. One reason she was here was to establish Florida residence for divorce.
When would it be final?
Next week.
We have 3 days left to get out of Florida.
Mike.
Now, don't get excited. Emery may have sent those notes, but why would he kill the goose that laid 500 golden eggs every month?
You know, I called you Mike then.
Keep it up. We're doing fine.
Michael Shayne. Michael Shayne. Greta Morton was practicing penmanship. She picked an interesting name to use. Where is he, Tim?
He's looking for Greta Morton. I guess he won't find her.
What about Beatrice Drake?
She's with him.
Oh, that's cozy.
Look, Will, I've got a story to write. Any more questions?
The same one. Where's Shayne?
Looking for Greta Morton.
Your needle's stuck. Suppose you get on that phone and try and locate him.
Oh, sorry, I haven't got a dime.
Oh, you're being a great help, Tim. I'll keep that in mind. Daniels, put LNAPB on Mike Shayne. I want him tonight.
Is this where you live?
No, this is my secretary's place. You spend the night with her.
Coming, Michael. Hi. Oh.
Lucy, Miss Beatrice Drake, Miss Morton's secretary.
Oh, how do you do?
B, Lucy Hamilton.
Hello.
Okay, now that you know her name, forget it. If anyone calls or comes to the door, you never heard of her.
Right.
I'll pick you up in the morning. And don't let her out of your sight.
Oh, what about Greta Morton?
She's dead.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I should have guessed, though. Will Gentry just called here for you.
Well, if he calls again, you haven't seen me. Or Miss Drake.
I never saw her in my life.
I'm on my way home. Check with you later.
Good night, Michael.
Good night.
Well, make yourself at home.
Thank you.
Hi, Charlie.
Mr. Shayne. I'm Kurt Emery. I saw you tonight at Leo Gannett's office.
What about it?
I went back to Leo's after you left. He tells me you're working for my wife.
So?
Did she hire you to spy on me?
Suppose she did.
Mm-hmm. Look, I'm her husband. I have a right to know what she's up to. I'm not asking you to break any confidences, just a little information.
You figure this is my price?
Hmm. How's that? Better?
No.
Now look.
What time did you get to Leo's place tonight?
I'm not paying you to ask questions, Shayne. Just answer them. Why did Greta hire you?
She didn't like her fan mail. What were you trying to do, Emery? Scare her out of the state so she couldn't establish residence?
I don't have to listen to this.
You forgot your money. Next time you write letters to a lady, sign your name. Excuse me, I must be in the wrong apartment. Well, make yourselves at home, have a drink.
Thanks, don't mind if I do.
Is this social or business, Will?
When I want to be social, I go home to my wife.
I don't blame you. Fix me a drink, will you, Tim? Be right with you. Oh, by the way, did Greta Morton ever show up at the hotel? Beatrice and I never did find her.
In a hurry, Mike?
Have to grab a shower and change. Got a date.
With whom? Greta Morton's secretary?
Hey, what's this all about? Oh, thanks.
Tell him. Greta Morton's dead.
What?
She was dead when we tried to reach her tonight.
Oh, no.
Come on, Mike. Where's Beatrice Drake?
Oh, now, just take it easy, Will. Let me get my bearings. So, Greta Morton's dead.
That's right. And you're turning corners. Now, where's the girl?
Well, what do you want her for?
Questioning? Maybe suspicion of murder.
Murder? Oh, use your head. She was with Tim at the Tide Haven Lounge from 6 o'clock on.
With only 2 minutes out for the powder room.
How do we know Greta wasn't killed before 6?
Well, she wrote a letter at 6:30.
A letter to whom?
To me. Here, read it. First line. It is now 6:30, et cetera, et cetera.
What'd she tell you about these notes?
Oh, I never saw her. I was out fishing all day and she couldn't reach me.
Come on, Mike. What have you come up with so far?
Well, not much. You can check on Kurt Emery, Greta's husband. I have a hunch he sent those letters. And drop in on Leo Gannett. She was getting ready to roast him in her column.
You know anything about a torn $1,000 bill?
Why?
Because she might have been killed for money. This was in her hand when we found her.
What would you do to the guy that had the other half of that?
Book him for murder.
Well, lock me up.
Where'd you get this?
Came in the letter. My retainer. I think you're on the wrong track, Will.
Now listen, Mike. Come out of there! Shayne!
Let him alone, Will. He knows what he's doing.
So do the police. You tell him from me he's in trouble. If Beatrice Drake isn't in my office in an hour, I'll have his license. You think he can remember that?
Well, maybe I better write it down.
Maybe you better.
you hear what he said?
Yeah, I can imagine.
You can take your license, Mike, obstructing justice.
Obstructing justice? Don't you get it either? Look, you put it in the paper that Greta Morton talked to me today. That means that the killer will be looking for Beatrice and me. He can't find B, but I'm available. Understand?
Vaguely. You need any help?
Yeah, but not here. Stay with Gentry and see what he comes up with. I gave him 2 good leads.
All right. You sure you don't want company?
I'll have it. I have a hunch I'll have a visitor, and soon. Talk to you later. Would you believe in knocking?
Polite. My name is Leonard Harsh. I didn't knock because I was making up my mind whether to talk to you or not.
Go on.
I heard on the radio that Greta Morton was murdered tonight.
And?
The broadcast said she'd been in touch with you. How would you like to make $10,000?
Oh, I wouldn't turn it down.
I'll pay you that to keep my name out of this.
What's your connection with Greta Morton?
She was blackmailing me.
I'm a good listener, Harsh. Drink?
No, thanks. Ten years ago, I embezzled some money, but the firm I was working for was very lenient. I paid it all back, and the whole thing was forgotten. Somehow, Greta Morton found out about it. Last week, she wrote me a letter demanding some money. I don't have to tell you what it would do to me if it got out.
Did you pay her?
No. I went to see her last night. I had a few drinks under my belt. I threatened her.
That fits. Her secretary heard her arguing with a man last night. Now, what about Miss Morton? What did she say?
She told me to get out. Pretended she didn't know what I was talking about.
What about tonight? Where were you until 7?
I was on my boat.
Too many people were on boats today. Were you alone?
Yes.
Friend, what you need is an alibi.
I didn't kill her. You got to believe me.
Why? Because you're willing to pay me $10,000 to keep you out of this?
Yes.
I'll take $5,000 now, the balance when the case is closed.
What if I get involved?
You'll be out $5,000. You see, I've got my own neck to think about. The only way I can keep you clean is for me to find a killer. And for that, Harsh, you pay 5 G's on the line. You were ready, huh?
Yes, I was ready.
Before you go, do you still have the blackmail letter Miss Morton sent you? She wanted 25 G's mailed to her at the hotel. Huh?
I would have paid it if I thought it would end it. But I suppose once is never enough for a blackmailer.
Usually isn't. Well, you'll be hearing from me. Either way.
Either way?
As soon as I find out if you're clean or dirty.
Oh, yes, Michael. Yes, I understand. Where? All right, I'll be there as soon as I can.
Oh, tell him I want to talk to him.
Just a second. Lucy wants to talk to you.
Where are you, Michael? Michael? Well, he hung up.
Well, he said he had to talk fast. He sounded funny, like he was whispering.
Well, you should have let me answer it.
Oh, I wanted you to, but you were in the shower.
Well, what did he want?
Well, he wouldn't tell me. He just said he wanted me to meet him.
Oh, well, he wants me to go with him, doesn't he?
No, he told me to come alone. He said it was very important, but for you not to worry. I wonder what it could be.
Hi, Angel.
Hi.
Did I wake you?
No, I was just dozing.
Where's Bea?
Well, she's with you, isn't she?
With me? What are you talking about?
You called her on the phone and told her to meet you, didn't you?
It wasn't me, Lucy.
Oh, Michael.
I'd better find her run fast, whoever it was, mate. Answer it.
Hello. It's Tim. He wants to talk to you.
What is it, Tim?
I thought I'd be hearing from you by now. Don't you listen to the radio? It's in all the newscasts. I'm in Gentry's office now.
Makes sense, Tim. What about Gentry?
He broke the case. It's all wrapped up.
All right, Tim. Now feed it to me nice and slow. Who does Gentry think it is?
Kurt Emery.
What?
Yeah, the witness saw him at his wife's door at 6:30 tonight, and his fingerprints were on those threatening letters.
Did he confess?
Well, they haven't found him yet. Gentry's got a call out for him.
Maybe he's with Leo Gannett. I saw them together earlier.
We can't find Leo either.
Tim, tell me something. Did Gentry call here for Bea?
Not that I know of. Why?
Oh, nothing. Thanks, Tim. I'll be in touch. Did you know they're after Emery?
Yes, it was on the radio.
What time did Bea get that call? Was it after the broadcast?
I think so. Why?
Because Emery might have called her. And if he's guilty...
I shouldn't have let her go.
No, it's not your fault. Look up the address of a man named Leonard Harsh.
Harsh?
Yeah, Miss Morton had been trying to blackmail him. He might have come up to my place to find out if Bea was there, and then when she wasn't... Well, anyway, he's the only lead I've got left.
638 Foxcroft.
Thanks.
Mike, let me know about Bea.
Okay.
Shayne, do you realize how late it is?
I've got a watch.
Would you mind explaining?
Where's Beatrice Drake?
Miss Morton's secretary? I thought you knew where she was.
I did, until you called her.
What are you talking about?
You knew she could identify you as the man who argued with Miss Morton last night.
I don't even know what she looks like.
Your car is outside. The hood is warm. Where have you been, Harsh?
It's not my car.
Then whose is it? What's he doing here?
He's not on the witness stand, Shayne. He doesn't have to answer your questions.
Well?
We have some business.
What kind?
It's confidential, isn't it, Mr. Harsh?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Have it your way. But you just blew $5 grand. Get somebody else to wipe the dirt off your name.
Shayne, wait. He barged in here and asked me about somebody named Kurt Emery. Said he'd implicate me in the Morton murder if I didn't tell him.
He's lying.
Okay. Talk, Leo, talk.
Let me go.
You want your arm back?
All right, all right.
How did you know about Harsh?
Kurt Emery.
How did he know?
He was in the hotel last night. He wanted to see Greta. He saw Harsh go into her room and had him arguing.
So?
So Harsh must have come back tonight and killed her.
That's ridiculous.
Shut up. So you figured if you could pin it on Harsh, they'd take the heat off you, right? But why Harsh? The cops think Emery killed her.
Well, they're wrong.
Emery was working for you, wasn't he? You wanted Greta out of town, so you paid him to see what he could do. That's one reason he sent those letters.
All right, so he threatened her, but he didn't kill her.
Where is he?
I don't know.
Oh, yes, you do, Leo. You're never out of touch with your boys. Where is he?
He's at the Ricardo Hotel on 9th.
Okay. Let's go.
You want me to come with you?
That's right.
Where do I stand?
I'll let you know. You can go to bed now.
Mr. Shayne.
What?
There's something I have to tell you. Tonight, I wasn't on my boat. I went back to see Greta Morton. I was in the hotel corridor when you and your friends found her body.
Why are you telling me now? Figure the police will find out and hang it on you?
No, just wanted to get it off my chest. I was up there, but I didn't kill her, and that's the truth.
You lied to me before. Why should I believe you this time? Let's go.
I'll wait out here.
Come on. Knock. Emery. Over there. Bullet in the back. You should have let him turn around, Leo.
I didn't kill him.
You were up here earlier tonight.
No.
That's why you didn't want to come with me. You knew what was here.
All right, I know. But when I found him, he was dead.
I'm listening.
I heard the police were looking for him. I called, but he didn't answer. So I came here and found him like that. That's why I went to see Harsh. Since Emery was dead, Harsh had to be the killer.
You ought to be a cop, Leo. Maybe Gentry will give you a badge.
Look, Shayne, I brought you here. Now, how about letting me go?
Well, you found the body. I wouldn't want to deprive you of the credit.
Shayne, keep me out of this. How much do you want, huh?
Keep it. You'll need it for a lawyer.
Hold it.
Bad draft. I don't want you to catch cold. Now sit down. me Franklin 41289, please.
Hello? Yeah, Mike.
You can stop looking for Kurt Emery.
What?
Yeah, at the Ricardo Hotel on 9th, room 42. Tim there? Let me talk to him.
Okay. He wants to talk to you. He's found Emery. Get my car ready.
Yeah, Mike.
Huh? Okay.
Think you can tell me what happened now?
Well, I got a call from you at Lucy's apartment. But I guess it wasn't you. And he asked me to meet him here. When I came in, I saw Kurt Emery lying on the floor. Before I could scream, someone grabbed me around the throat. Then I guess I fainted.
Yeah, and he put you in the closet. And he probably knew it locked automatically. It was a safe, clean way to get rid of you. Suffocation. Good thing I saw your glasses. Must have dropped them when you fainted. Now, don't worry about him. How do you feel?
A little shaky.
Look, I'd like to get out of here before the police come. I think I can clear this up tonight. Are you with me? Come on. This way out, Leo. It's Gentry. Can you handle a fire escape?
I could try.
What about him?
They'll let him out unless they're deaf. I'll go first.
Shayne! Open it up. See who's in there. Got it. Ah. That's a funny place for a floating crap game.
I always get these keys mixed. Drinks are over there. Pour me one, too, will you?
All right. What would you like?
Oh, never mind. My bottle's here.
Oh, this has been the longest night of my life, Michael. I'll be glad when it's over.
Mm-hmm.
Well.
might be interesting to kiss a murderess. But no thanks.
What?
You sound surprised. Almost as surprised as Emery must have been when you killed him.
Oh, Michael, what are you talking about? Well, you know I didn't kill Emery. Somebody called me. You know that.
Mm-hmm. You had the operator ring Lucy's number, and then you pretended it was me. It was the only way you could get out of the apartment and find Emery.
That's not true.
You had to kill him. As soon as you heard he tried to get into Greta's hotel room at 6:30.
Why in the world would I?
He could have ruined your alibi by testifying that Greta didn't answer him because she was already dead.
But she was alive at 6:30. You saw that special delivery letter.
Mm-hmm. The one you wrote before 6:30, after you stabbed her.
Well, you're not making sense, Michael. Well, that letter was mailed after 6:30, and I was with Tim Rourke then.
Except for a few minutes for the powder room. Time enough to drop it down the mail chute.
Michael, why are you saying these horrible things to me? Haven't I done everything I could to help you? Haven't I done everything that you've told me to?
Oh, I've got to hand it to you, Bea. You're wonderful. A picture of outraged innocence. I ought to be convinced, but I guess I'm just a no-good, suspicious heel.
Well, I need another one.
I'm sure you do.
You realize, of course, that none of this makes any sense. Why in heaven's name would I kill Greta?
Because she found out about your blackmail scheme when Harsh accused her last night.
My scheme?
If Greta had written the blackmail note, she wouldn't have wanted the money mailed to her. You opened all the mail. You told me so yourself. Besides, she turned down $50,000 from Leo Gannett. It's not very consistent behavior for a blackmailer.
Well, then why would I lock myself in Kurt Emery's closet? I could have suffocated.
You heard Gannett knocking on the door after you killed Emery, so you jumped in the closet. But you didn't know it locked automatically.
You believe all this, don't you? You actually believe it.
Mm-hmm. So will a jury.
Then what about Greta's letter to you and the $1,000 bill?
She found out you were using her name for blackmail, so she tried to get in touch with me. But you killed her. You ransacked the office so it would look like someone had searched it. Then you forged the letter, put in Emery's threats. The final touch was that $1,000 bill. And I fell for it.
Oh.
Figures. I should have checked your purse.
You have a gun in your belt. Don't reach for it.
Just wanted a cigarette.
You don't have time. Sorry, Michael.
I'll bet you are. You do a thing often enough, it gets to be a habit.
I don't like the idea of having to kill you.
Neither do I. Want to know something? As a matter of fact, I hate the idea more than you do. Tell me something, Bea. Just out of curiosity. How did you get Greta? Did you sneak up behind her with those scissors?
No. I looked her right in the eye, like now. And then she started to run.
Thanks, Tim.
Yeah, next time you want me to babysit, remind me to bring a gun. That was a pretty cryptic message you gave me on the phone. Just get over here and wait.
It was worth it, wasn't it? You got a free confession, didn't cost you paper a cent. Give Gentry a call, huh?
Hey, where are you going?
Fishing.
At this hour? You better let Lucy know.
I'm taking her along. Hey, honey, how about some bait?
Will this do?
Hey, how'd you get that?
Well, Gentry gave it to me. Said you deserved it. for a change.
Sometimes I almost like that guy. Don't ever tell him I said that. Hello. I'm Richard Denning. That is, at the moment, I'm Richard Denning, the actor. A few months from now, however, I hope you and the television audience will think of me as Michael Shayne, Miami's finest and most colorful private detective. And sitting over here, going over one of his scripts for future production, is the creator of Mike Shayne, Brett Halliday.
Hello, Mike.
Mike?
Mike Shayne. Remember, I waited 25 years to meet you. It's been worth waiting for. I think you're all doing a terrific job here at 4 Star, and I wish you luck with the series.
Thank you very much, Brett. Gentlemen, we believe we have a successful television show for you in Michael Shayne. The ingredients: 1, Michael Shayne, America's best-known private detective. Now, he's pre-sold to millions of viewers. 2, we have Mr. Brett Halliday, the creator of Mike Shayne, who will be the top working writer on the show. 3, a fine cast of actors playing the regular characters in the series. And we will have the top Hollywood and New York actors and actresses playing the important roles in each week's story of mystery and adventure. 4, you have the creative and production talent of 4 Star Television behind the scenes all the way. Now, all of these elements will be working to help you sell your product to the television audience. The way we see it, we have 2 important jobs to do for you. First, we're going to attract millions of viewers to watch us every week and to see and hear your sales message. And secondly, since we feel we are a part of your sales team, we want to help you promote your products in any other way we can. Thank you.
Ellen.
Bob, you startled me.
I'm sorry. I was just finishing some work. Well, what are you doing here? I thought you were in New York.
I was just calling home. I got in a little while ago. Oh, I had a wonderful time. I caught all the shows and went to the Met, but to be honest, I missed your uncle.
Does he know you're back?
No, he wasn't expecting me till tomorrow. I was going to surprise him. I called the apartment first from the airport, but he wasn't there, so I thought he must be working late.
No, he left here a few hours ago. Told me he was going to spend the night reading manuscripts.
Well, maybe he's having a late dinner.
Probably. Come on, I'll take you home. Where's your luggage?
Downstairs in a taxi.
Come on, we'll pick it up. What's that?
Suitcase. I don't understand.
Hey, that's Dick. It was one of his favorite places. They finally told him he could sit in with the combo.
Well, I'm glad I ate first.
Workout. How'd it sound?
Oh, not too bad.
What do you want, a review of the music section?
Yeah.
How about some coffee?
Yeah, about 5 cups. Playing those things wear you out.
So does listening.
Call for you, Mr. Shayne. Would you like to take it here?
No, fine, Dave. Hello?
Michael? Listen, I need your help.
What's wrong, Angel?
Do you remember Helen Wheeler?
No.
Well, she's an old friend of mine, and she's in serious trouble. Can you come over right away?
Over where?
The Sherman Plaza, apartment 23. And Mike, please don't tell anyone where you're going.
Be right there, Angel.
Hurry up.
You leaving us?
Afraid so, Tim. Talk to you later.
Hey, what about the check? Mr. Shayne, I'm Bob Price. This is my aunt, Mrs. Wheeler.
Have you called Gentry?
Well, no,
No.
Mike, please don't. Please, Michael, wait.
Perhaps I'd better explain, Mr. Shayne.
Perhaps you'd better.
I just got home from New York tonight. I called here, but my husband didn't answer. He must...
It's all right, Helen. Mr. Shayne, when we let ourselves in, we found...
Well, why didn't you notify the police?
Well, because I was afraid they might get the wrong idea. This was near the body.
Two airline tickets for France, leaving tonight. Made out to Mr. and Mrs. Harry Wheeler.
And his clothes are packed in that suitcase.
Were you planning a trip with your husband?
That's just it. He didn't expect me till tomorrow.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Wheeler, but it looks like your husband was running off with another woman.
It isn't true. Mr. Shayne, you get to know a man when you're married to him. There are certain things he can't hide.
The police may not think so.
That's why Helen asked Miss Hamilton to contact you. We want you to investigate this.
Michael, you've got to help. Helen's my oldest and dearest friend. I promised her.
Where were you tonight, Mrs. Wheeler?
Well, the plane landed at the airport at 8:30. Then I went to the Montmartre Club to make dinner arrangements for a surprise party. Tomorrow was Harry's birthday. Then I took a cab to his office. I met Bob there.
And I brought her right home.
When was that?
About 10 o'clock.
Who did you talk to at the Montmartre Club?
Armand, the maitre d'.
Well, I'll see if he remembers you.
Then you will take the case, Mike?
You asked me to, didn't you, Angel?
Thanks.
Now, as soon as I leave, phone the police. But I haven't been here, do you understand?
Where are you going?
I have several stops to make. But when Gentry shows, phone me at the office. Now, I won't be there, but pretend you're calling me in on the case. I'll be back later.
Right.
Bob.
Is there something I can do, Mr. Shayne?
Yes, tell me who Wheeler was close to. His friends, business associates?
Well, there are his partners, Kenneth Russell and Brad Harper.
Partners?
They own a publishing house, Medallion Books. I work there, too.
Well, I may want to talk to them.
Mr. Shayne, you don't know me, and I realize you're taking Lucy's word, but... well, thank you.
That's a little premature, Mrs. Wheeler. You may not like what I turn up.
Yes, sir?
I want to talk to Mr. Russell. My name is Michael Shayne.
Sorry, sir. Mr. Russell is asleep.
Well, you better wake him.
I can't, sir. He told me he is not to be disturbed.
Tell him his partner has been murdered.
All right.
Mind answering some questions?
Not at all.
When was the last time you saw Wheeler?
Just this afternoon. We were kidding him about all his women. Just joking, of course. The last man in the world for that sort of thing.
Was he planning a trip?
Not that I know of. There's an important meeting for this morning. He set it up himself. I better let Brad know. Not that he'll be in. He never is. He's a bachelor. I'll try him again later. Is there anything else, Mr. Shayne? I'd like to get dressed and go over to Helen's.
Well, if there is, I'll drop by your office in the morning.
I imagine the police will want to talk to me.
That's a safe bet.
I lost my wife a few years ago, Mr. Shayne. And now Harry. I read something once, something that applies to him. You don't lose a man like that by his death. Only by your own.
Good night, Mr. Russell. How long was she with you, Armand?
Ah, that is difficult to say, monsieur. When one discusses food, time stands still.
Say a half hour?
Perhaps. She kept excusing herself to make phone calls.
You know Mr. Wheeler?
Ah, yes, a fine gentleman. Eh bien, a gourmet.
Was he here tonight?
No. No, I have not seen Monsieur Wheeler since...
What is it?
Well, I hesitate to say this, Monsieur Shayne, but it might be important.
Well, go on.
Monsieur Wheeler was here for lunch last week with a companion.
Male or female?
Oh, remarkably female. Brunette, très chic, the sort of face that you would expect to see in a magazine. She looked to me like a model.
Ever seen her before?
No. Perhaps she was a friend of the family, huh?
Either that or an enemy. Thanks, Armand.
Pas de quoi, monsieur.
Hello, Bob.
Mr. Shayne?
You got a minute?
I'm sure they told me I could go home.
Well, I've got a leading question. Are you positive that Harry Wheeler was faithful to his wife?
Of course.
Does Medallion Books employ models?
Our art staff uses them for cover layouts.
Are there pictures on file?
I think so, yes.
Do me a favor and get the current file together, will you? I'll pick them up in the morning.
All right, but I don't understand.
No, neither do I yet.
Mrs. Wheeler has answered all of your questions, Mr. Gentry. There's nothing more to discuss.
I think there is, Mr. Russell. Like why Mrs. Wheeler called Lucy Hamilton before calling the police. And where her husband was going with that packed suitcase.
Let's sleep on it, Will.
Well, that makes the day complete. What made you decide to hire Mike Shayne, Mrs. Wheeler?
Well,
What's the matter, Will? Can't you stand a little competition?
This is a murder case, not a track meet. I haven't heard an answer to my question yet, Mrs. Wheeler.
Lucy is a very good friend of mine. She thought that Mr. Shayne would be able to help. Now, Mr. Gentry, I'm very tired.
All right. We'll continue this tomorrow. Coming, Mike?
I'd like to talk to my client.
Sure. Privileged communication. Well, this is one case where I beat you to the scene of the crime. Good night, all.
I'll leave now, too. Bob and I'll handle everything. I'll call you in the morning.
Thank you, Ken. I appreciate it.
Night, Mr. Shayne.
Night, Mr. Russell.
Good night. Do you have any more questions?
I do, but they can wait till you've had a little rest. Lucy, why don't you stay with Mrs. Wheeler tonight?
I was planning to. Come on, Helen.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Mike.
Lucy,
Yes, Michael, what is it?
this manuscript. Has it been lying here all night?
I think so. Why?
Wheeler used a strange bookmark.
Darling, I expect you tonight at the regular time. All my love, signed L. Oh, Michael.
Hello. My name is Michael Shayne. Is Mr. Price in?
Yes, he is, Mr. Shayne. He's expecting you. In the studio, second door down the corridor.
This way.
Mm-hmm.
Move the knife a little more to the left. That's it. Now freeze. Thanks, kids.
Very nice. Thanks very much, both of you. Oh, hello, Mr. Shayne.
Say, is it always like this?
Oh, you get used to it. You know, she's the third blonde we killed today. Sometimes the covers sell more books than the writers.
Do you have that photo file I wanted?
Oh, yeah. These are all the models that worked for us during the past 6 months.
Oh, fine. Now, where would I find Mr. Russell?
Oh, he's up on the roof. Mr. Harper's with him.
The roof?
He has a garden up there. Take the same elevator you came up with.
Oh, fine.
Now, look, Ken, I'm an equal partner. I don't want to hire Shayne.
Brad, be reasonable.
Harry's murder was bad enough. I've had calls from reporters all morning. Now this gets out.
Ah, good morning, Mr. Russell.
Hello, Mr. Shayne. My partner, Brad Harper.
Shayne, I'd like to make one thing clear. My partner and I have a basic disagreement. I don't want you working for us.
I didn't know I was.
Brad, the least you can do is be civil. Mr. Shayne, I know you represent Helen Wheeler. I'd like you to help us out, too.
Help you with what?
I told you last night that Harriet set up a meeting for today. Medallion Books is planning a merger with another firm. We were going to set the deal this morning.
Go on.
Because of the merger, we had $100,000 worth of negotiable bonds in the safe. And, well...
Well, don't stop. Tell him. The bonds are gone.
Who had the combination?
Only 3 of us. Harry, Brad, and myself.
Why not tell the police?
Because we don't want the loss publicized. Because of the merger. Mr. Shayne, we'll pay you $5,000 if you can locate the bonds.
Send a $1,000 retainer to my office.
Then you'll help?
Providing you and Mr. Harper will answer some questions.
Like what?
Like who was the girl Harry Wheeler was running around with?
Harry? That's ridiculous. He was completely faithful to Helen.
I'm the Don Juan of this outfit, Shayne, not Harry. But it's all right. I'm a bachelor.
Were you out with someone last night?
That's none of your business.
Brad, sooner or later, you're going to have to come up with an alibi.
You stick to your flowers and don't worry about me. When I need an alibi, I'll have one.
Hello?
Lois, is that you, honey?
Brad, I told you never to call me here.
I had to. Look, there's a chance you may be asked some questions about where I was last night.
What are you talking about?
If anyone wants to know, I was with you.
But Brad...
Mister, I don't know who you are, but you better leave my wife alone or I'll kill you.
Now, here's where we stand. Everybody tells me that Harry Wheeler loved his wife, but last week he was seen having lunch with a beautiful girl.
One of these?
Maybe. These are all freelance models who work for Medallion Books.
So you figured he might have picked one up in the office and started playing around?
Certainly would have been convenient.
Yeah, but you got so many pictures there. How do you know which one is the right girl?
Well, I found a note in Wheeler's apartment last night. A note from a girl. It was signed with the initial L. And these are the only 4 with a first or last name beginning with L.
Well, it'll be a pleasure to check them out. I'll start with this.
No, sorry. I think you'll learn more from Armand.
Who?
It's a maitre d' at the moment. He might recognize one of them. Of course, he's probably home sleeping now.
Oh, I'm an expert at waking people up.
You want me to check on some of these, Mike?
No, but I do want you to check on these airline tickets. They were bought at the Skyline Travel Agency. See if anyone remembers who picked them up.
All right. You drop me off, Tim? Hey, you drop me off?
Oh, yeah, sure.
How's Mrs. Wheeler?
Well, she didn't sleep very well last night. Bob Price came over this morning. He's making arrangements for the funeral.
You know, there are just too many things in this case that don't add up. Why should a happily married man suddenly turn wolf?
Well, maybe you'd think better without so many distractions.
Distractions?
Mm-hmm. Maybe I better just put these away for a while.
This is she. Oh, la, 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 la. Exquisite, eh? I wish there was a recipe for something like that, huh?
Oh, thanks, Armand. Could I use your phone?
Lover. Oh, rush, rush.
Michael Shayne's office.
Mike there?
Yeah, just a minute, Tim. Mike?
Hello?
Mike? Pay dirt. Armand identified the girl. Uh-huh. Lois Fuller, Kenyon Apartments, 8th Street. I can even give you her measurements.
Thanks, Tim. The address is all I need. I can check the measurements in person.
Miss Fuller?
That's right. Come in.
Don't you want to know who I am?
Doesn't matter. I like to play guessing games. Want a drink?
Cognac?
You're too good looking to be a bill collector. You're not working your way through college. So you must be selling something. Yourself, maybe?
Sometimes. My name is Mike Shayne. I'm a private investigator.
Who hired you, Lou?
Who's Lou?
The guy who did this.
Husband or boyfriend?
Husband. He likes to show his affection.
You around?
Why, you want to start a friendship club?
Why not? You're pretty friendly, aren't you?
To the right people. Sit down. I hope you're not in a hurry. I like to start my day leisurely.
Got all the time in the world. For asking questions.
About what?
About this publisher you've been running around with while his wife is out of town.
Funny. He never told me he was married.
They never do.
Oh, Lou, honey, this is Michael Shayne. He's a detective. Lou, honey, I never saw him before in my life, honest.
She's telling the truth, Fuller.
I warned you on the phone, didn't I? Huh?
Put that thing down.
Maybe you wouldn't like him so much with his face cut up.
Lou, please! Oh. Lou, honey, Lou. You've hurt him.
He'll live.
Get out of here.
Now, wait a minute.
Get out!
Hi, Michael. Helen and Bob are waiting in your office for you.
Thanks, Angel. Mrs. Wheeler, Bob, what can I do for you?
Mr. Gentry has asked me to come down for further questioning. I wanted to know what to expect.
Mm-hmm. Well, the first thing he'll do is go over your alibi. I'm afraid it won't hold up.
Why not? Helen was at the Montmartre Club. She can prove it.
I got the police report this morning. Harry Wheeler was killed between 9 and 9:30 last night.
But that's when I was there. Doesn't the maitre d' remember me?
He remembers everything but the time, Mrs. Wheeler. You could have been there 1 hour or 10 minutes.
I see.
And when the police talk to him, they're going to find out something else. Your husband was seen having lunch last week with a young woman.
No, there must be a mistake. It couldn't have been Harry. You must be wrong.
Even if it's true, Helen knew nothing about it.
That's not what the police will think.
What do you mean?
Gentry's a smart cop. As soon as he finds out that Harry Wheeler was seeing another woman, he'll put 2 and 2 together. He'll figure you came home, found your husband leaving, and killed him in a fit of jealousy.
That's a terrible thing to say.
It isn't as bad as it'll sound when Gentry says it.
If you're looking for motives, I had a better one than Helen.
Bob, you don't have to.
They'd find out eventually. Mr. Shayne, after my parents' death, Uncle Harry was like a father to me. I tried to be a son. Under his will, I get 1/3 of the estate. That's a lot of motive.
It is if you need the money.
I do. I've piled up a lot of debts over the past 6 months. Harry's death bails me out.
Why are you leaving yourself open like this?
The police would find out anyway.
That they would. What about Harper and Russell? What would they stand to gain?
Nothing. They still have a 3-way partnership with Helen.
Do you know the combination to the office safe?
No.
What about you, Mrs. Wheeler?
Harry never told me. He said it wouldn't be fair to Brad and Ken.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Mike, but Dick just phoned. No luck at the travel agency.
I wasn't expecting any. Mrs. Wheeler, did your husband have a passport?
Yes,
Where is it?
somewhere in the apartment.
Lucy, go with Mrs. Wheeler. When you find a passport, call me.
Fine. Where are you going?
To see Harper and Russell about a love letter. Are the partners in?
Yes, they are. They're both in Mr. Harper's office. I'll let them know you're here.
Don't bother.
You believe in being announced?
I like the element of surprise.
Too bad it doesn't always work.
Maybe this will. Who is Lois Fuller?
Never heard of her.
I have. That name sounds very familiar. Didn't she model some of our covers?
I wouldn't know. I have more important things to think about.
I'd like to show you gentlemen something. Mean anything?
No, I shouldn't.
I found this in Wheeler's apartment last night.
That's incredible.
The L stands for Lois Fuller. Now, the way things look, Wheeler was planning to fly to France with her. Maybe with $100,000 of Medallion's money.
I refuse to believe Harry would do such a thing.
Why wouldn't he? He's not the first man to fall for a woman. And remember this, Ken. If he didn't take the money, either you or I did.
Well, that's ridiculous. You're not a thief, neither am I.
That leaves Wheeler.
Mr. Shayne, will you excuse me a moment, please?
You've really been digging around, haven't you?
That's what you're paying me for.
But so far, you haven't turned anything up.
No, I wouldn't say that. When you're a detective, Harper, you get sensitive to people's reactions. You know when they're lying.
So?
You know Lois Fuller.
No.
Want me to bring her around here to meet you? Yes?
Brad, would you ask Mr. Shayne to come to Harry's office, please?
He wants you.
I heard him.
Yes, I know all about it. Well, I'm making it my business. Now, you listen to me, young woman. Stay away from his wife. I don't want her to find out about this. It would kill her.
Who are you talking to?
Pay you money to keep quiet? Don't be absurd. Haven't you any decency? Hello? Hello? She hung up on me.
Was that Lois Fuller?
Mm-hmm. I thought I could reason with her, get her to deny that she ever knew Harry in case the police question her.
Where'd you get her number?
Found this in his desk. Harry's private address book.
Mind if I take these with me? I'd like to show them to the Fuller girl.
It's funny. I always respected Harry, his principles, integrity. I suppose you never really get to know a man.
Sometimes you do, after he's dead. Lois? Lois?
What's the matter? Did you lock it out?
Who are you?
Landlord? You one of Mrs. Fuller's friends?
That's right. Is your husband home?
Him? He's never around. She usually leaves it open.
Maybe you can correct your mistake?
Yeah. I guess it is more comfortable waiting inside.
Thanks. course.
Hey, what did you do? You killed her. Help! Help! Police! Police! Police!
Sure, I recognize him. Came here lots of times. Never when Mr. Fuller was here, right? You think he was crazy? Fuller would have killed him. Or her? No. He used to knock her around a lot, but they was in love with each other.
Suppose that bruise on her shoulder was just a love tap, hmm?
What about these other two men? Were they ever here?
I don't think so.
You sure?
Say, listen, I got better things to do than keep track of her boyfriends. I ain't no peeping Tom.
All right, that'll be all.
Throw me a bone, Will. I have a story to do.
Vital statistics, she was shot in the back. 38 caliber, probably. Silencer. Our ballistics men will be able to tell whether the bullet came from the same gun that killed Wheeler.
Did you find the weapon?
No, not on the premises.
Is that all?
Any other questions, ask Mike.
No, I'm flattered, Will.
You might also be booked. I want to talk to you downtown.
Why?
Well, just for old time's sake.
Well, what about Harper and Lou Fuller?
I've got a pickup out on both of them. Harper will be easy to find, but Fuller will be another story. Come on. Anything I can do, Mike?
Yeah. Maybe you better stand by to see my lawyer.
Well?
Yeah?
We picked up Harper.
Oh, good, thanks. Wait here.
Michael Shayne's office.
Dick, is Lucy there?
No, Mike, I'm mine in the store.
I want you to come down to police headquarters. Wait in that parking lot around the corner. There's a man by the name of Brad Harper. And he'll be coming out.
All right.
Now let me know where he goes. Find Lucy, and then call me down here when she gets that passport information.
Okay, Mike, I got it. Right, bye.
I think you two know each other. Sit down, Mr. Harper.
This is getting a little annoying. I've told you all I know about Harry.
That's right. Now you can start talking about Lois Fuller.
I never heard of her.
Really? That's strange. She was a model for some of your book covers. And her landlord says you know her quite well. Care to deny it?
All right, I'll tell you. Lois and I were seeing each other. She's married. For obvious reasons, I didn't mention her, particularly to Shayne. Anyway, I was with her last night. She's my alibi for Harry's death. You can call and ask her.
That's a dead connection, Mr. Harper. She's been murdered.
What?
And you didn't know?
Of course I didn't.
What were you doing this afternoon?
I was at my office. Hey, wait a minute. What is this? Are you accusing me?
Does the shoe fit?
Why would I kill Lois? She's the only one who gave me an alibi for last night.
Maybe she wouldn't lie for you.
Shayne, I'm warning
Hold
you.
it. You two want to fight, do it on your own time. I'm not booking you, Harper. There isn't enough evidence. Yet. Stay available. All right, Mike. Now we're going to play a nice little game called Question and Answer. Extenuating my foot. If my own brother did what you did, I'd throw him in jail.
Not if he trapped a killer for you.
Ah, that's pie in the sky, and you know it.
Hello, Gentry.
Hello. Oh, hi, Angel. I wondered what happened to you. Uh-huh. Are you sure? Oh, that's fine, thanks. Talk about the nick of time.
What'd she say?
I asked her to find Wheeler's passport. She did.
And?
It expired last year and hasn't been renewed.
Well, interesting, very.
Isn't it? If he didn't have a passport, he wasn't planning a trip to Europe. The tickets and the suitcase must have been a plant.
Well, that knocks out Mrs. Wheeler's motive. If her husband was faithful, she had no reason to kill him.
Except for money. That goes for Bob Price, too. Hello. It's for you.
Oh. Hello. Yeah, of course it's Gentry. What? Hold him, I'll be right over. Well, we found Lou Fuller.
Good. Where?
In your office.
I'll tell you why I came here. I came here to kill him.
Why?
Because he murdered Lois.
That's not true, Fuller, and you know it. What are you hiding, anyway?
Now, sit down. There'll be no more of that.
Mister, you can lock me up for 50 years, but I'm still gonna kill that guy.
How'd you know your wife was dead?
I came home this afternoon. She was just lying there, like maybe she was asleep or something. And then I touched her.
Why didn't you call us?
What do I care about you cops? Lois was dead. I ran from the apartment. I didn't know where I was going. I just walked the streets, half out of my mind, and then I remembered. Him.
What about him?
He was after my wife. Yeah, I found them together in the apartment today, loving it up. Oh, yeah, he killed her, all right.
You came here to settle the score, is that it?
It's a pretty good story, Fuller. But maybe you killed your wife.
It's a rotten lie. I loved her. I loved her.
How did you show it? With your fists?
What does he mean by that?
Your landlord says you two fought an awful lot.
Sure we did, but that doesn't mean we didn't love one another.
Oh, it doesn't, huh?
No. She used to make me jealous sometimes, playing around with other guys. But she always came back to me. Me. It isn't easy being married to a beautiful woman. You wish you could put her in a box like a doll. But you can't.
You own a gun?
What do I need a gun for? When I got these.
Hello.
Mike, Dick. I'm in a phone booth across from the Medallion building. Harper just went in.
Thanks, Dick. I'll take it from there.
You want me to stick around?
Not on your life. Go home and read a book. Will. How detailed was your search of Wheeler's apartment last night?
We didn't miss a thing. Why?
This is one of the times I ask you to trust me. I have to leave.
After what you've done?
After what I've done.
All right, go ahead. Follow him and call me at the office. I want to know where he goes. All right. Take him in.
What are you doing here?
I was working late. A lot of details Mr. Harper asked me to take care of. I mean, now that Uncle Harry's dead.
Where is Harper?
Brad? He was here just a few seconds ago. I think he went up to the roof.
something, Harper?
Get out of here, Shayne.
Why? So you can dig up the stolen bonds?
What are you talking about?
A motive for murder. $100,000 worth.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'll paint you a picture. Harry Wheeler robbed the safe because he was running away with Lois. You killed him, found the bonds, and hid them up here, somewhere in these flowers.
That's a lie.
Is it? The police won't think so.
Shayne, I'm gonna level with you. Somebody knew I was going out with Lois and set me up for a fall guy. I tell you, it's a frame.
I know.
You know?
Yes, but I'll need your help to prove it.
I'll do anything you say. He's not gonna get away with it.
Oh, yes, I will, Brett.
Ken, I always knew you wanted to control the firm, but I didn't think you'd be willing to kill for it.
Why not? I built it. It should be mine.
So you worked out a nice little plan. Steal the bonds, kill Wheeler, and frame the remaining partner. The bonds and the business are yours. You made a few mistakes, though.
Such as?
You didn't count on Mrs. Wheeler. She came back a day early, and the police suspected her instead of Harper.
That's why I left Lois's note in Wheeler's apartment.
He knew the note would lead the police to Lois. It would look as if I killed Harry because he was going off with my girl.
That note, where did he get it?
Lois sent it to me.
One of her inter-office love letters. I intercepted it. Talked it over with Harry, and he decided to have lunch with her and scare her off. Harry was a moral man.
Leaving the note was the mistake.
Really? Why?
The police are very thorough. If the note had been in the apartment when the body was found, they'd have turned it up. You were the only one who came in after the search. That's when you planted the note.
It seems you've earned your fee. Now it's time for payment.
With what? A bullet from the same silencer that killed Wheeler?
Not for you, Mr. Shayne. You're going to take a trip straight down. The bullet's for Brad.
And how are you going to explain that?
Simple. I came up here and found you and Brad fighting. He dumped you over the side and pulled a gun on me.
So you struggled and the gun went off?
Exactly.
Nobody will believe you.
They have so far.
You all right?
Yeah.
Good. Are the bonds up here?
It must be. This would be the best place for him to hide them.
So you didn't trust me.
You blame me?
And why didn't you get here 5 minutes sooner?
Traffic light held me up.
Well, Russell's the one you want. And, well, you better have your men go through these flower pots.
Why?
Someone's planted some lettuce. Was to make it look like Wheeler was running off with Harper's girl. That's why Russell bought the tickets in Wheeler's name and packed the suitcase.
Oh, so then Harper would be blamed for the murder.
Right, but if the police talked to Lois, they'd find out that she was with Harper when Wheeler was killed. That meant she had to be silenced, permanently.
But you told me that Russell talked to her on the telephone just before you found the body. How did he have time to kill her?
Phone call was for my benefit, to give him an alibi. You see, he'd already murdered her. Then he just dialed her number and pretended she was on the line.
Don't you have any questions, Ted?
Did you like it, sis?
Well, it was loud.
Getting better.
Tim? Are you finished?
Yeah. Ah, now that I can hear again, Mike, there are a few questions I'd like to ask you about the Wheeler case.
Oh, no. Here are some exciting moments from next week's Michael Shayne Mysteries.
This is her room.
Greta Morton, Mike Shayne.
Greta!
Oh! Shayne, let him go. Now let's talk, Mike, huh? Without interruptions. I sense a definite hostility. Well, that's unfortunate because I've got to ask you a few questions.
Don't answer me, B. We're leaving.
Are you?
Well, you're not going to shoot, will you? The sound of a shot would panic this place.
I might risk it. After all, you did break into my office, didn't you? Take the girl into the other room, see what she's got to say without Mr. Shayne around.
Don't.
Do what I say.
Lucy, this is Beatrice Drake. Miss Morton's secretary.
Oh, how do you do?
B, Lucy Hamilton.
Hello.
Okay, now that you know her name, forget it. If anyone calls or comes to the door, you never heard of her.
Right.
I'll pick you up in the morning. And don't let her out of your sight.
Good night, Michael.
Good night.
You know anything about a torn $1,000 bill?
Why?
Because she might have been killed for money. This was in her hand when we found her.
What would you do to the guy that had the other half of that?
Book him for murder.
Well, lock me up.
The death-defying feat that terrified even Houdini. Performed over 1,000 times by the master magician of them all, again the great Voltane.
Corporal, will you step closer, please?
Yes, sir.
Your name?
Harry Adams.
Do you have your weapon with you, Corporal?
Yes, sir.
Will you please examine it to make sure it is not loaded? It has not been out of your hands?
No, sir.
Fine. Now, the bullet you brought. Please give it to my assistant. Will someone in the audience please mark the bullet for identification?
Please.
Please, take the bullet and load your gun.
Yes, sir.
We will now take places at the opposite sides of the stage.
Yes, sir.
I will now count down from 5. When I begin, the corporal will aim at my mouth. When I say 0, he will fire. Then, I will catch the bullet between my teeth. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
He's dead.
Michael Shayne is brought to you tonight by Oldsmobile. In behalf of Oldsmobile quality dealers everywhere who have the hot numbers for 61, 98, Super 88, Dynamic 88, and the new size Olds in the low price field F85.
How'd you happen to be here, Mike?
All in the name of charity, Will. Lucy bought the tickets from one of her friends.
You had ringside seats for her,
Mm-hmm. And no client involved.
Mr. Gentry, one of your men said that you wanted to see me. I'm Ned Webster. It's Miss Emily Talon. Her club sponsored the event.
Miss Talon, Mr. Webster, Mike Shayne.
This is a terrible thing.
You're the theater manager.
Yes, I am.
Perhaps you can tell me where the soldier came from.
I wish I knew. I only handled the business end of it. Voltane handled his show personally, or he let his wife do it.
His wife?
That's right. She goes under the name of Kara. Well, you saw in the act tonight.
I've got a pickup out for Corporal Adams. He won't get far in uniform.
Any other questions?
Oh, that's all, thank you. Oh, one thing. Where's Mrs. Voltane now?
In her dressing room, I sent for her doctor.
Thank you. Let's see if I can talk to her. You the doctor Mrs. Voltane called?
Yes, I'm Dr. Harris.
Will Gentry, homicide. Mike Shayne.
How do you do?
How is she?
She's in shock. I'd like to take her to my rest home until she can recover.
Oh, where's that?
Here's the address.
All right. Let me know when I can talk to her.
Of course. Thank you. It'll be a little while before I can move her.
Well? Could have been an accident, I guess. Something fouls up the trick. Soldier gets scared and runs.
You'll know when you find him and the gun. What about the bullet that killed Voltane?
Couldn't locate it. It went right through him. Size of the wound, it looked like a .45. Tried to follow the path of the bullet. This old place is so full of cracks and holes, be lucky if we ever find it. Oh. Did find this, though.
Bullet head.
Mm-hmm.
Marked with the letter N.
Yeah. Hasn't been fired. Not the murder bullet, so it doesn't help as much.
You ready, Mike? Lucy and I have been waiting for 20 minutes.
Am I, Will?
Yeah, I guess I can muddle through without you.
See you later. Come on.
What do you think killed him?
Oh, look, your sister and her questions are tucked away for the night. Now, don't you get started.
Well, how do you expect me to get any sleep? I'm going to keep wondering about how that trick was supposed to be worked.
Oh, well, that's simple. He just...
I'm Gus Hartman. You remember me?
Oh, sure. Voltane's assistant. What can I do for you?
Well...
Oh, you can talk in front of him.
Well, I'd like to hire you, Mr. Shayne.
Hire me? Why?
To find out who killed Voltane.
What makes you so sure it wasn't an accident?
Well, that trick's a cinch. Look, I've been with him 5 years, and we've been doing that bullet-catching act 1,000 times. It's never failed.
It did tonight.
Sure. You want to know why? Because of that wife of his.
You think Caro was responsible?
She's hated him for years. So tonight she did something about it.
She collapsed right after it happened.
What do you expect? She's an actress. She knew she could count on that doctor playing along.
What did Dr. Harris have to do with it?
Plenty. He's in love with her.
But it's a traveling act. When would he see her?
In the winter, we're based in Miami. So she goes to his rest home to consultation. She probably hasn't told him about the others.
These others? Was the soldier one of them?
I don't know. Probably.
What about Voltane? Did he know his wife was playing around?
It's hard to say. I didn't tell him, if that's what you mean. It's none of my business. But he was a good man, Mr. Shayne, and he was my friend.
You think his wife killed him?
It had to be her. But she was the only one besides the soldier who could have switched a real bullet for that blank. And I want you to find out. Of course, I haven't got any money now. I'll have to dig some up.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later. For now, let's just say I'll look into it.
Thank you. Good night.
Oh, he doesn't like Mrs. Voltane very much.
Either that or he likes her too much.
Why? What do you mean?
She's probably jilted a few men in her time. Maybe Gus was one of them. He sure seems bitter about her.
All right, where are we going now?
Back to the theater.
Good.
After I drop you off.
Why? I'm not tired.
You know what they say about early to bed and early to rise.
Makes a good milkman.
Come on.
I had absolutely nothing to do with it. You believe that, don't you, Arthur?
Yes, I believe it.
But I can't answer questions now. They find out about you and me, they'll implicate the both of us.
They won't bother you here. At least not for a while.
The police are here to see you, Doctor.
didn't expect you tonight, Mr. Gentry.
I thought she might have come around by now.
I had to give her a sedative.
How long will it last?
Well, it's difficult to say. She's extremely high-strung, very emotional. Seeing her own husband shot down before her eyes. Have you caught the soldier yet?
No, but it's only a question of time. I'll leave a man here.
Why, I'll be here.
Her husband's death might have been an accident. In case it wasn't, I don't want anything happening to her.
I see.
You'll let me know as soon as she's ready to be talked to?
Of course.
Good night, Doctor.
Seem to understand my position, Miss Talent. The accident tonight cuts off the 2 performances that pay my percentage.
That's very unfortunate, Mr. Webster. But what am I supposed to do? We have a contract with you.
Well, contracts are flexible if you want them to be.
You seem to forget that this is for charity.
Charity begins at home. The least you can do is give me a cut off
I'm
the top.
sorry.
Well, don't you think you're being completely unfair?
I'll expect the total proceeds tomorrow. Good night, Mr. Webster.
Miss Talon. You're here rather late, aren't you?
Just protecting my interests, Mr. Shayne.
Mind if I ask a few questions?
I have already answered far too many from the police.
Mine might be a little different.
I doubt it. But if you must.
Who booked Voltane's act for this benefit?
A regular talent agency, Talent Incorporated.
Who suggested it?
I did. I saw him perform in New York 6 months ago, and I felt that he could draw a good crowd for our annual charity.
Well, why would you say...
Mr. Shayne, I'm very tired. Since you're not acting in any, shall we say, official capacity, I'll have to say good night.
Good night.
Quite a woman. If you happen to like that sort.
And you don't?
No. Cold as ice. Charity. I don't know why I get mixed up in deals like this.
Who hired this theater?
The Dolphin Sports Club. Miami's female athletes. Female. In hand-to-hand combat, you and I wouldn't have a chance. Take Miss Talon.
What about her?
Well, ever since I let her talk me into booking this affair into my theater, she's been on my neck.
Romantically?
That's a good one. All I know is she hung around here so much, she drove everybody nuts.
Still, she's attractive.
Yeah, she's all yours.
Oh, Webster, was Voltane interested in any woman, other than his wife, I mean?
You know, from what I've heard, his wife was the only woman he wasn't interested in. Good night.
measured for your comfort. The 1961 Oldsmobile. The full-sized, full-value car for the buyer who wants something better. Here's comfort and convenience you can measure in feet and inches and deep down satisfaction. With its spacious new entryway and new chair height seats, you enter and sit with new ease. Relax in luxurious foam cushion comfort. Tunnel size has been reduced. You ride 3 abreast with no crowding. There's more room at the top, too. And more space all around for spacious, gracious relaxation. There's more luggage convenience, too, with a new deep well trunk design for easier upright loading. This extra measure of comfort can be yours in Oldsmobile for $61. In the dollar-saving Dynamic 88, Spirited Super 88, and 98. Now at your Oldsmobile quality dealers.
Good morning, Angel.
Good morning.
Just what I need, some black coffee.
Didn't you sleep last night?
Not much. What little I got was forced on me.
What happened?
There's nothing the coffee won't cure.
I'll bring it in. Tim's waiting for you.
At this hour?
Hi, Mike. I hope you don't mind my turning your couch into a bed. I'm so tired the sheep are counting me.
Where were you all night?
Covering a Voltane killing.
Any leads?
0. I figured I'd come by and pick your brains.
Be a waste of time, Tim. Right now, I'm dry.
Room service.
Thanks, Angel.
I brought some for you, too, Tim.
Oh, let's alone.
Well, you better taste it before we start making plans. Isn't that the plate that Carrie used in the act last night?
Mm-hmm.
Well, do you know how the trick works?
Gus Hartman explained it to me this morning. Now, watch. Here we have a live bullet. Bring it to you on the plate, like so. You mark it. Now, on my way back to the stage, I simply press the bullet with my thumb, like so. It falls through this little opening in the plate into the palm of my hand.
But what did Kara give to the soldier?
A blank. She had it hidden in her hand right from the beginning. Now, while the soldier was getting ready to shoot, Kara did 2 things. First, she took the marked slug out of its shell.
How'd she do that?
Well, it's always loosened before the act. And second, she slipped it to Voltane as she walked past it. Now, while everybody was watching the soldier, no one noticed. Then Voltane put the bullet in his mouth when he pretended he was brushing his hair back.
So that's how it was done.
Well, that's how it was supposed to be done. Something evidently went wrong.
Where'd you get that?
Found it in Voltane's dressing room last night, after visiting hours. I also found a very interesting scrapbook. But then somebody clobbered me. When I came to, it was gone.
What was in the scrapbook?
Oh, typical. Newspaper clippings, pictures of himself, and women.
Women? Women? You know, something's been bugging me about this Voltane character all night. Now I think I know what it is. Women.
Anything I should know?
Maybe.
Well, let's have it.
All right. A few years ago, there was a famous magician named Voltane. Now, there was another magician named Zambroni. Voltane was a ladies' man. Zambroni had a very attractive wife. The inevitable happened, and there was a scandal.
Zambroni?
Yeah, he tried to kill Voltane with his bare hands, but he didn't quite make it. Then Voltane skipped town. Zambroni retired. I think he lives right here in Miami.
Last night, Gentry found the bullet that was used in the trick. It was marked by that man we saw in the theater. The initial was an N.
So?
N-Z for Zambroni. Could be.
Could be what?
Hi, Dick. Could be you're about to leave on an errand.
Errand? I just got here.
Nothing's permanent, my boy, especially around the Shayne office.
Zambroni, Angelo, runs a magic shop on Tracy Road, Miami.
Oh, Angel, I don't know what I'd do without you. Well, you heard her, Dick. Take a run over to that address and see what you can find out. Here, take my car.
All right. Only too glad to help. What am I looking for?
See if Zambroni was the man we saw initial that bullet last night.
All right.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll go with you. I've got some checking of my own to do.
What checking?
Dr. Harris, the man that's taking care of Voltane's wife.
He interests me.
That makes two of us. I'll let you know if there's a skeleton in the closet. Richard?
Well, I'm glad you asked for coffee.
Hmm?
You haven't trusted a drop.
That's because suddenly I'm wide awake.
Homicide, Gentry.
Hi, Will. Mike Shayne.
What is it, Mike?
I was just wondering if you'd turn up that soldier yet.
No, he's still AWOL. I'm on my way out to the Army post now.
What company?
Well, why the sudden interest?
Because now I'm officially involved. You see, Gus Hartman hired me to find the killer. No faith in the police department.
Everybody's a critic. All right, I'll meet you in 15 minutes. But just because you saw the soldier and can make an identification. Okay? Jackson, get my car out front, will you?
That's pretty good.
A little amusement for my customers. Can I help you?
Yeah, I'm looking for a trick for a friend or something now.
What would you like? The tie box, linking rings, sleight of hand?
I'm not sure.
Well, here's my catalog. 500 effects. Take your choice.
Oh, all right.
What interests you?
It says here that you used to be a magician.
Not for quite some time. The big shows went out with Thurston and Kellogg.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Say, isn't there a magician in town now? What's his name? The great Voltane?
I wouldn't know. I don't follow the profession anymore.
Oh, then you didn't see his show.
Young man, do you want to buy something or don't you?
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Zambroni. Is Bruno here?
No, Georgia, I haven't seen him.
Oh. Well, do you know where he is?
I can't keep track of my son anymore. If he calls, I'll tell him we're away here.
All right, thanks a lot. He's probably still with that soldier.
I thought you wanted something.
Yeah, I think I found it. Excuse me. My name is Dick Hamilton. I couldn't help overhearing your conversation with Mr. Zambroni.
Are you a friend of Bruno's?
In a way, yes. You're looking for Bruno, aren't you?
That's right. And when I find him, I'm going to wring his neck. Why, he and that soldier friend of his ruined a perfectly good party last night.
Well, you may think I have a head full of rocks, but there's somebody I'd like you to meet.
What?
His name's Michael Shayne, and it's really very important.
Well, I don't understand.
Well, your friend Bruno is in a lot of trouble, and I think I can help you find him.
But how could you?
Wait a minute. I have an honest face, haven't I?
Oh, yes, but...
All right, then trust me. Come on, I'll explain on the way.
Well, that's about all I can tell you, gentlemen. You say this soldier gave his name as Harry Adams. We have a Corporal Adams who's AWOL. Has been gone a day now. A good record up to now. Yes. All right, have him bring it right in. This is Adams' ID picture.
Well, I never saw him before. This isn't the man who shot Voltane last night. see, Lucy, Harry Adams isn't Harry Adams. Now, what did we hear from Operator Bongo?
He's on his way out to see you with a surprise.
What kind of a surprise?
The female kind. Says he'll meet you at the front gate of the post.
Thanks, Angel.
Well, that's great. We've got an AWOL soldier with the right name. The only trouble is he's the wrong guy.
Everyone else is accounted for, Mr. Gentry.
I know. Thanks for your cooperation, sir. Coming, Mike?
Well, I think I'll stick around the post. This military life kind of appeals to me.
Look out they don't draft you.
Goodbye, sir.
Zambroni's magic shop.
Hello, Georgia.
Dick's told me a lot about you, Mr. Shayne.
Don't know how I'd get along without him.
I think Georgia can help us, Mike.
Oh, fine. I think we better head back for town.
I've been dating Bruno Zambroni for a few months now, but, well, last week we had sort of a falling out. He's been seeing an older woman.
You know who she is?
Kara Voltane. Bruno and his father had a terrible fight about it. Bruno even left home.
Well, what about Kara? Does she like him?
Oh, of course not. Bruno's just a little boy. Compared to her, that is.
Tell him about last night.
Well, some friends and I were having a cookout down at the beach. You know, hot dogs and stuff like that. When Bruno came up with this staggering character.
Yeah, but it's a friend of his, and the friend was drunk.
Oh, boy, was I mad. And I told Bruno, you just get him out of here. After all, the hostess is a friend of my family. Well, anyway, he did. It was disgraceful. In uniform, too.
Now, wait a minute. Let's get this straight. Who was in uniform?
Bruno's friend. He was a soldier. He said his name was Harry Adams.
Oh, does it help, Mike?
Quite a bit. What does this Bruno look like?
Oh, he's very good looking. About 6 foot tall, black hair, dreamy brown eyes.
And he's the boy who fired that shot last night. He must have taken Adam's uniform.
Oh, tell him about the hotel.
Well, when Bruno left the party with this, you know, his friend, he said he was going to take him to the Forest Hotel to sleep it off.
Dick, I want to drop you off at the office. And get in touch with Gentry and tell him everything we know.
All right.
You've got to be calm. I've stopped them from asking questions so far, haven't I?
Sooner or later, they'll find out about Bruno. He'll tell them everything.
Does it really matter? There's no proof against you.
Glad to see you've recovered, Mrs. Voltane.
What are you doing here?
Just dropped in to have a little chat with your patient, now that she's up and around.
I'm sorry, but she isn't well enough to talk yet.
Funny, she was doing a pretty good job of it when I came in. Tell me about Bruno Zambroni, Mrs. Voltane.
I must insist that you...
All right.
Bruno is a close friend.
Nothing more?
Certainly not.
Why was he at the theater last night?
We needed a soldier for the bullet-catching act. Bruno said he knew one.
That was Harry Adams, but he got drunk at a beach party before the performance.
Yes, I know. Bruno called and told me.
So you had him change clothes with Adams and then come down to the theater with Adams' gun.
Well,
It was an emergency, and Bruno did me a favor.
Know where he is?
No. No, I haven't seen him since last night.
I'm sorry, Mr. Shayne. That's enough. She needs her rest.
All right. You'd better get plenty of it. Because as soon as Gentry finds out you're better, his questions will be a lot tougher than mine.
Michael Shayne's office.
Hi, Angel.
Oh, Mike, I have a message.
Look, hold it for a minute. I want you to call Gentry and tell him that Mrs. Voltane is ready for questioning.
Okay, Mike. Now, your client called.
Miss Hartman?
Yes, and he'd like to see you as soon as possible. He'll be backstage at the theater. And Tim phoned in. He has some information on Dr. Harris.
Where's Tim now?
At Gentry's office until further notice.
I'll see him after I've talked to Gus. Thanks, Angel. Gus, what did you want to see me about?
Well, I know you're going to think this is kind of abrupt, but...
You seem a little nervous. What are you trying to tell me?
Well, I want you to stop working on the case.
Oh? Any particular reason?
I was wrong last night. The whole thing was an accident. No sense stirring up any trouble.
I see. No smoke and no fire, right, Gus?
I realize you've done some work already. Will 500 cover it?
Cover it or bury it?
I don't know what you mean.
I think you do. Tell me something, Gus. How much do you hate Mrs. Voltane?
Plenty.
Enough to kill her husband and frame her for murder?
Voltane was my friend.
Then why are you trying to buy me off the case? And where did you get all that money?
I don't have to tell you anything. You just forget it.
All right, Gus, whatever you say. You're no longer my client. But you might be a murderer.
Fool.
I got rid of him, didn't I?
With all the subtlety of a hurricane.
What could I do? He wouldn't take the money.
It's because you didn't offer him enough. Money can buy anything.
It didn't buy Voltane.
No. But it bought you.
Way to double the beauty of any room with a high-fidelity mirror made of twin-ground polished plate glass from PPG. Isn't this room attractive? But take away the mirror, and you can see the difference. Not only does the high-fidelity mirror make the room more attractive, but it's lighter with an air of spaciousness. Your entrance hall can be lighter, too, and a lot more useful when you add a high-fidelity door mirror. You'll love its convenience. Going out or coming in, you can check yourself from head to toe. You'll find high-fidelity mirrors at furniture and department stores or your glass dealer. And always look for this PPG high-fidelity label. It assures a truly high-fidelity reflection. Because it's made of twin-ground polished plate glass from PPG, you get the most accurate image possible. True line and color. The best in glass from Pittsburgh Plate Glass Company, PPG.
have, sir?
Just put up the closing notice. Oh, saddest thing in the world, shutting down a theater. You know, in the old days, there were touring companies, Shakespeare. My father and I used to have this place booked solid every night.
And now?
I'm lucky to get a house full of termites.
Voltane was a pretty good attraction, wasn't he?
Sure, great. First one I had in months. So what happens? He gets himself killed. And any profits I had coming were killed along with him.
You told me Emily Talon hung around the show a lot. Think she might have been interested in Gus Hartman?
Gus? Never. Now, Emily Talon's so snooty she doesn't even like herself. Talons talk only to the Poindexters, and the Poindexters talk only to themselves.
Still, she's a woman.
You want to talk about a woman, you talk about Cara Voltane.
Rather talk about her husband. Everybody seems to have a different idea. Saint or sinner?
Strictly sinner. He just stayed married to Cara so that other dames wouldn't bother him. Their marriage was a mutual loathing society.
You're pretty fond of Cara, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Well, not enough to kill her husband.
Nobody suggested murder. It might have been an accident.
Sure. And I'm Flo Ziegfeld. Look, friend, you want to ask any more questions? You come back at 2 o'clock because I got to head down to the bank, pay off the lady athlete.
Give her my regards.
She'd rather have money.
Check this through the muffler. Don't you have a home?
I'm a gypsy, Will. I go where the news goes.
You won't find any news around here. We haven't turned up much.
It's only temporary, Will.
Mike!
Well, before you two gentlemen go into conference, do you mind stepping into my parlor?
Has Dick called yet?
Yeah, thanks. He filled us in on Zambroni, and we found the soldier at the Forest Hotel.
And?
Corporal Adams doesn't know any more about the murder than Tim does.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
We turned him over to the MPs. He was still sleeping off a big night when we found him. Last thing he remembers is something about being on a beach party with Bruno. That's who we're looking for now.
And the soldier didn't do the shooting?
No. He just remembers vaguely that his pal sneaked into the room, dropped his uniform and gun on the floor, and that's all.
So Bruno took advantage of an opportunity to be with Cara Voltane.
Maybe. And maybe the kid was jealous, decided to grab the chance to get rid of her husband.
Well, you're right back where you started. All you have to do now is catch Bruno.
Have you talked to Cara yet?
I haven't had a chance. I'm on my way out there now.
Oh, that reminds me, Will. Her doctor's a fake. I looked him up in our records. He deals in herbs, nature cures, and women.
You sure?
Positive. Just asked to see his license sometime. 10 to 1 is from a diploma mill.
Mm-hmm. You care to come along?
No, thanks. I've got a few other things to do.
Hello. That's for you. Switch it to 271. You can take it outside.
Hello.
Yeah, Mike. Lucy told me I'd probably find you there. Now, listen. I went back to Zambroni's, and I sneaked into the back. And I caught him hiding something in a drawer.
See what it was?
Yeah, it looked like a book. Anyway, he sure looked guilty about it. And he saw me, he threw me out.
Good going. Now, do me a favor. You know Gus Hartman. Get him to the theater at 2 o'clock. I'll just tell him it involves Voltane. He'll be there.
Am I going to get a story out of this?
Sure. Check out Emily Talon for me. And the Dolphin Sports Club might be a good place to start.
Where will you be?
Trying to pull a rabbit out of a hat.
All right, I'm coming.
Mr. Zambroni?
That's right. I'm sorry, the shop is closed. You're a detective?
I'd like to talk to you.
All right. This way, please. Now, what is it that you want?
Just a few questions, Mr. Zambroni. With a very attractive woman. Your wife?
Yes.
Is she here?
No, she died a few years ago.
It was just after she met Voltane, wasn't it?
So you know about that?
I also know about your son. The police are looking for him right now.
Bruno? Why?
They think he killed Voltane.
Oh, no. Bruno did nothing wrong, except to fall in love with that woman.
You didn't approve of that, did you?
I know her. She's like a husband. She had no feeling for my son. Give her pleasure to play games with him.
Why were you in the theater last night?
I went to talk to her about Bruno. During the show, she mocked me. She gave me the bullet to mark.
And what did you do then? Slip out of your seat and shoot Voltane?
No.
If you didn't, your son did.
All right. There's no use lying. I killed her.
But why Voltane? His wife was the one you were after this time.
None of this makes any difference anymore. I told you I killed him. What more do you want?
Mr. Zambroni. Will Gentry, Miami Police.
So you followed me?
Naturally. When you didn't want to come to Dr. Harris's, I figured you had something more important on your mind.
Well, Mr. Zambroni just confessed. He's your killer.
Is that true?
Of course it is.
No, it's not.
Who are you?
Bruno Zambroni. My father's lying to you. It had nothing to do with this murder. I killed Voltane. I shot him because of what he did to my father.
That made it convenient, knowing how you feel about Kara. Were you the one that slugged me last night?
Yes, I'm sorry about that. The scrapbook had clippings about my mother and Voltane. I thought if the police found it, they'd come after my father.
You have the scrapbook here? Let me see it, please. Thank you. Well, Casanova had nothing on Voltane. Somebody took a picture out of this. Or else Voltane destroyed it. Do you know who's missing?
No.
I'll have to keep this, Mr. Zambroni. Mike, a couple of questions. Was he in the audience last night?
The row right in front of me.
Could he have left his seat and fired a gun?
Not a chance. I was watching him just before the trick.
I thought you killed him. I would have done it years ago, my son, if I wanted to.
Bruno, which bullet did you use?
Well, the one Kara brought me on the plate. But it was a blank. She told me earlier it would...
Now, wait a minute. You just said you killed Voltane.
Only because I thought my father did.
Forgive me. I suspected you all along.
Well, let's suppose, and I just said suppose, that Bruno did fire a blank. And how was Voltane shot?
The killer could have been in the balcony or in the wings. He could have used another gun of the same caliber.
The audience only heard one shot.
Or two shots fired at the same time. Don't forget, Will, there was a countdown. The killer knew just when to shoot.
It's not a bad theory. Only thing missing is the name of the killer. You got any suggestions for me?
Not just yet. Are you picking up Mrs. Voltane and Dr. Harris?
They should be in my office right now.
Well, as soon as you're through with them, meet me at the theater.
Why?
I'm going to try to perform a trick without mirrors. Bruno, did Kara ever mention that there were other women in Voltane's life?
Sure. As many as the pages in that scrapbook. She said none of them lasted, though. The longest was only 6 months.
Casanova was fickle. Thanks, Bruno. Mr. Zambroni, let's go. Lucy, it's Mike. Any word from Tim? Oh, good enough. Thank him for me.
Hey, Mike. I've been looking all over for you.
Is Gus here?
Yeah, he's on the stage waiting for you.
Anybody with him?
Yeah, Miss Talon and Webster.
Thanks, Dick. See you later.
Right.
I don't see why you refuse to accept a check.
Very simple, Mr. Webster. Cash won't bounce.
Glad you trust me.
You know, this money is for charity. I don't want to take any chances.
Well, maybe you'd better count it.
I intend to.
Well, seems like a lot of cash is changing hands today.
What are you doing here?
Just browsing. I like the smell of grease paint.
Shayne, I told you to get off this case.
And you flashed quite a roll to back it up. Last night you were broke and out of a job, and today your pockets are bulging with cash. Who's your benefactor?
None of your business.
Were you paid to kill Voltane?
If he was, he's got something coming from me.
You stay out of this.
Sorry, friend, consider me in. The one who fired that shot cost me a lot of money.
Bad guess, Webster. Gus was on stage in view of the audience when Voltane was killed. He couldn't have pulled the gun.
That leaves you.
Not me. I was in the box office counting receipts. Ask the ticket girl.
Gus, I'll ask you for the last time. Where did you get that money?
You seem to know all the answers.
Then I'll tell you. Or will you save me the trouble, Miss Talon?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Gus was bleeding you because he knew one fact. You had an affair with Voltane.
Ridiculous. Me and a cheap magician?
Exactly. And you were ashamed of it. That's why you paid Gus to keep it quiet.
Why, this is slander.
You told me yourself you saw Voltane's show 6 months ago. And Bruno said Voltane's last romance lasted only 6 months.
Well, what does that prove?
That he was trying to throw you over. You have a lot of pride, Miss Talon. And to be rejected by one social inferior is not pleasant.
How could I possibly have killed him?
Simple. You just stood in the wings behind Bruno and fired when he did. Only you weren't using blanks.
You mean she's that good a shot?
The Dolphin Club isn't limited to sports like yachting and golf. They also indulge in skeet shooting, and Miss Talon happens to be their champion. Her record was printed in Tim Rourke's newspaper.
I'll see you in court for this.
I'm sure you will. Mind if I take a look at your handbag?
Of course I mind. Why do you want it?
Because I think you're concealing a gun. And the police have a bullet from it. The bullet that killed Voltane.
No.
I'm sure you're familiar with the science of ballistics, Miss Talon. Your bag, please.
Miss Talon!
No.
Glad you got here.
I've been in the wings since you started talking.
Why'd you wait so long?
A dramatic effect. We're in a theater, remember? Oh, by the way, we haven't found the murder bullet yet.
I knew it, but Miss Talon didn't. One of the secrets of magic will. Never tell the audience the truth.
When you're a private eye, you're working at it all the time. You try to size up people and, like a photograph, fix them in your mind. Here's a man on the way up, wants the best. His wife, a trained eye for value. The plot, check the scene. Here's the full-size clue. The 1961 Dynamic 88 Oldsmobile. Husband checking facts. Delighted at Oldsmobile's great inside roominess. Up, down, sideways. Easy getting in and out, too. Wife checks interior. Finds the luxury touch at a budget price. Fashion line design, inside and out. Husband on the lookout for economy. Finds it up front. Discovers regular gas rocket engine with zoom like never before. And with the Econoway carburetor, saves about $1 a fill. Item, new Hydromatic with accelerotor action. For more go, there's the fiery Skyrocket engine, optional on the Dynamic 88. It even looks hot. It's an open and shut case. Nothing can beat the Dynamic 88's full size and power. That's the picture for 61. Check the facts yourself.
A few things, Mike. Who took that picture from Voltane's scrapbook?
It was a picture of Emily Talon. Gus took it, right after he hired me. That's when he started blackmailing her, and their next step was to try to call me off.
Oh, did Gentry release Bruno?
After a stiff lecture, I think he's going to take over his father's store.
Oh, one last thing. What about Carol Voltane?
She became Mrs. Harris and moved up north. Alone.
Alone? What kind of a honeymoon is that?
She'll just have to wait until Harris finishes his sentence. But he won't be alone. He'll have Gus for company.
Well, I guess that's it. You certainly wrapped up this case like magic.
Someone mentioned magic?
I don't believe it.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. The great Hamilton is about to perform one of the most amazing feats of prestidigitation. Now watch carefully. Watch carefully, gentlemen. And now...
Hello, Mr. Shayne.
How do you like that?
That's a very cute trick.
Hey, Dick, how much you want for the cape?
There's just no telling when that wonderful someone may walk into your life. Be prepared for moments like this by always being sure your breath is fresh. Just take this simple precaution. Reach for Listerine and get protection in depth against bad breath. Listerine stops bad breath 4 times better than toothpaste. The reason is that germs all over the mouth and throat cause most bad breath. Toothpaste covers only this small area. But the Listerine way, the recommended way, gives protection in depth, covers 4 times as much bad breath area, kills germs toothpaste doesn't even reach. And Listerine is twice as wet as water, penetrates into crevices which water, much less toothpaste, cannot enter. Get protection you can count on against bad breath. Reach for Listerine Antiseptic and get protection in depth today. Listerine Antiseptic.
Here are some exciting moments from next week's Michael Shayne mystery.
I don't have to answer that question, Mr. Shayne.
I know why you lied to the police, Dave, but you can tell Mr. Shayne the truth.
I don't know what she's talking about.
He's trying to save me the humiliation. He spent most of the evening with Belle Carson.
That true, Mr. Barstow?
And you didn't have to say that, Elaine.
You see, he's going to hire you to get evidence on Dave and Belle so that he can divorce her. Don't listen to him, Mr. Shayne, please. Don't listen to him.
Mrs. Barstow, I don't get it. You want to protect the woman you say is running off with your husband?
Don't you see? If he divorces her, then she's going to be free. Free to really take Dave away from me. I'll pay you anything you want, Mr. Shayne, only just don't help William Carson.
Lucy?
Hi. If you want him, you have to pay. And you have to pay plenty.
So that's the pitch. Bargain day for husbands.
There's only one thing standing in your way, Belle. That's me.
Don't you know what time it is?
Yes, and I also know what the score is. 2 husbands, Belle. Add them up.
What are you talking about?
That guy who slugged me. That was Watson, wasn't it? Your first husband. I looked up the marriage license. No divorces and no previous condition of widowhood.
That's crazy.
No, that's bigamy.
No, you got it all wrong.
Michael Shayne is brought to you tonight by Oldsmobile. In behalf of Oldsmobile quality dealers everywhere who have the hot numbers for 61, 98, Super 88, Dynamic 88, and the new size Olds in the low price field, F85.
close up shop.
Michael Shayne's office.
Is he there?
Who's calling, please?
Henry Allerton. He doesn't know me, but I've got to talk to him.
Well, just one moment, please. Someone named Henry Allerton wants to talk to you.
Howard? Who's he?
Hello, hello.
Yes, Mr. Allerton. Michael Shayne speaking.
Mr. Shayne, listen. I'm in a tobacco shop at Bay and 3rd, and I...
Mr. Allerton. Mr. Allerton.
What's going on out there? What's going... Help! Police!
So you didn't even get a glimpse of the guy who shot him?
No. I was in the back room packing boxes. He must have heard me coming out, and he ran like lightning.
What are you doing here?
Oh, can a man buy a pack of cigarettes?
This place is closed to tourists, including you. Thank you, sir.
This where it happened?
Now, look, Mike, this has been one of those days. Why don't you pack up and go home? You can read all about it over your orange juice tomorrow morning.
Oh, just trying to be helpful, Will. Looks like he was talking to someone on the phone when he was shot.
Yeah, that's the way it looks.
Find out who the party was?
No, but we're trying.
It was me.
What?
He called me in my office tonight. While he was on the line, he was shot.
What'd he tell you?
Nothing. He didn't have a chance.
Was Allerton your client?
Never heard of him before. He was just a scared voice on the phone, that's all.
Well, I'll need a statement. You'll have to come downtown.
No, can't we do that tomorrow?
Come on. You hear the news?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I heard on the car radio.
Oh, Mike Shayne, Lieutenant Wallace. Where'd you lose him?
I got him as far as Collins. Then he must have switched taxis. I kept following the first one.
You mean you were having Allerton tailed?
24 hours a day.
Sorry I lost him. Maybe if I hadn't...
Don't worry about it, Lieutenant. This has been a big day for bad luck.
Yeah. I'll see you back at headquarters.
Why don't you let me drive you down, Will? We can talk.
All right. Take him back. I'll ride in with Shayne.
Why the tail on Allerton?
You don't know who he was, do you?
Should I?
No, I guess not. He was Mr. Anonymous, head accountant for the biggest vice syndicate in the state.
Now, why didn't you arrest him?
Usual reasons, no proof. But tonight he was carrying a list of names with him. Names of every big vice operator in Miami. We wanted that list.
How'd you know he had it on him?
Tipster, very reliable. And don't ask me who he was. Confidential.
The list? Where is it?
It was supposed to have been in here. Take a look.
Alice in Wonderland.
That's all we found. No list, no names, no nothing. Like I said, it's been one of those days. That's Joe Moss. Nice, conservative businessman. He makes $1 million a year, and his books show 30,000.
And Allerton was his accountant.
Mm-hmm. In both businesses. The legitimate one and the one I'm after.
Well, what about the list?
Moss knew we were bearing down. He told Allerton to transfer the vice records, all the names and addresses, into something less suspicious, something he could carry around with him.
Like a kid's book?
Maybe. Our informant said that Allerton was going to deliver it to Moss tonight. That's why I had him tailed.
And you think the list is somewhere in that book?
It's gotta be. We searched his home, office, tobacco shop. He was carrying it in that briefcase, and this is all there was in it.
Well, maybe the killer grabbed the real list.
There wasn't time. The clerk in the tobacco shop said that the guy bolted right after the shooting.
Excuse me. Allerton's daughter and her lawyer just came in. She's quite a little spitfire.
I'll have her wait a couple of minutes. Oh, Lieutenant, get the lab on this first thing in the morning. I want him to check it for anything unusual.
Right.
Well, a couple of months of hard work wasted. I thought we had Morse right where we wanted it.
Anything I can do?
Yeah. Tell me a joke. I could use a laugh right now.
Well, there was this police station, see, and these two detectives. Now, they go to see the psychiatrist, and the one of them... See you later, Will.
Are you Mr. Gentry?
No, but he'll be right out.
Well, I wish someone would tell him to hurry up. I have some other things I'd like to do tonight. What's the look for?
Nothing, Miss Allerton. I was just thinking, inasmuch as your father just...
Ex-father. He's dead.
Audrey, please.
I'm sorry, Jerry. I guess you'll just have to get used to me.
When was the last time you saw your father alive?
About a week ago. I don't live at home, so... Just who are you?
Mike Shayne?
You're not one of Gentry's men. You're a private detective.
That's right. Miss Allerton's father called me tonight. You know why?
I haven't the slightest idea, and I really don't care.
I take it you didn't get along.
You're very perceptive, Mr. Shayne. Dad didn't get along with anyone, except Joel Moss. They were made for each other.
You don't have to answer his questions, Audrey. He has no official standing.
Why the smokescreen? Does she have something to hide?
No, not a thing.
Jerry takes care of my legal affairs. We're going to be engaged soon.
Oh, family lawyer and future husband. Very convenient.
You're jumping to some pretty big conclusions.
Maybe. Depends on the size of the estate.
Miss Allerton, Mr. Lett, you still here?
Just leaving, Will.
Glad you think I can handle it myself.
Goodbye, Miss Allerton. Maybe I'll see you again.
Don't count on it.
Would you come in, please?
Work, Shayne. Close the door. What's the matter? Light hurt your eyes?
Just do as you're told. Now walk across the room and sit by the window.
What do I use for radar?
So you'll stub your toe. Move. Comfortable?
Sure. I enjoy being a target.
Anything to make you happy. Now, you just relax, and I'll ask you a few questions. And let's hope you have the right answers.
I have one answer right now.
What's that?
Your name. It's Joel Moss.
Was that a lucky guess, Shayne?
Partly. How did you get in here?
My boy here picks locks. Do you mind? It's better than waiting in the hall.
Pretty handy with light switches, too. Why the blackout?
Let's say I'm shy. Besides, there are a few things happened tonight I didn't want to get involved in.
Like the murder of Henry Allerton?
Could be. He called you just before he was shot tonight.
What makes you so sure?
Read it in the paper.
Papers aren't out yet.
Heard it on the radio.
That phone call wasn't public information. Who's your source?
It slipped my mind, Shayne.
Too bad I can't ask Allerton.
Yeah. You know, it's a real shame about him. He was a good accountant. Used to find my tax loopholes for me. Saved me a lot of money.
Sounds like he was pretty smart.
More than that, he was brilliant, but a worrier. Now, you know the kind. Made a lot of money, got himself an ulcer, and wound up eating nothing but sour cream. Tell me, Shayne,
Why did he call you tonight?
He didn't say. He had a bullet in him.
He was carrying a briefcase with him. What was in it?
Sorry to disappoint you, Moss, but I don't know. Why don't you ask Will Gentry?
Shayne, do you want him to do the questioning?
He'll get the same answers when he wakes up.
You know, maybe you're telling the truth. Just maybe. Come on, let's go.
Aren't you staying for drinks?
Oh, some other time, thanks.
Twas brillig, and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wave.
Come again?
Just a little jabberwocky, Angel. Takes me back to my youth.
Is that what the papers are printing these days?
Mm-hmm. Will Gentry and Alice in Wonderland.
Oh, were they dating?
It looks that way.
Poor Will.
Now, he's been trying for months to get that list, and what does he get? A briefcase with a children's book.
Maybe the book's a code.
Now, for his sake, I hope it is.
Well, in any case, it's no concern of the Shayne office. Would you like to join me for lunch?
Thought you had a date.
I do. I'm having lunch with Dick.
You better count me out. I've got some work to do. I'll have a sandwich sent up.
All right. I'll be back in an hour.
Oh, don't forget to put the tab on the expense account.
Naturally.
Keep your eyes on the road.
Who are you?
Just drive the car, Miss Hamilton. I'll tell you where to go.
Will there be two?
Yeah, they're supposed to be, unless she stands me up.
Oh, she shouldn't.
Well, if she does, would you like to take her place?
Try me on my day off.
Well, I just may do that.
Mike Shayne.
Yeah, this is Dick, Mike.
Oh, yeah, Dick.
Did Lucy leave yet?
Yeah, left about 40 minutes ago.
Well, she's not here.
I'll give her a little longer. Maybe she got held up in traffic.
Okay, I'll wait.
Okay. Hi, Dick.
Hi.
Lucy come back with you?
No, she never showed. She probably forgot.
No, she told me she was meeting you. Probably saw something in a shop window. You know your sister. Probably turned up with a new hat.
Well, she's usually on time.
Now, sit down and relax. Come in.
Michael Shayne?
That's right.
My name is Rice. I'd like to talk to you in private. Tell him to take a walk.
Oh, wait a minute.
What's going to stop me from throwing you out of here?
Lucy Hamilton.
Hold it, Dick. Maybe you'd better go in the other room.
Yeah, but what?
Don't argue. All right, Rice. Where is she?
You got a match. I said, where is she? All right, it's enough of that. Right now, she's still breathing. You want to keep her that way? Yeah. That's better. Mind if I use your phone? Thanks. Hello. This is me. Yeah, I'm in his office. Put her on. Here's a friend of yours.
Hello, Lucy.
Mike, is that you?
Are you all right?
Yes, but I don't know where I am.
Did they hurt you?
No, I was on my way to meet Dick, and all of a
Lucy. Lucy. All right, Rice. What do you want?
I told you I want a match.
Don't press me.
I understand you're a good friend of Will Gentry's, right? I hear that you can get in to see him whenever you want.
So he's a pretty busy man these days. He's hard to reach.
But I'm sure he'll find time for a good old friend like you.
What are you trying to get at?
Gentry's been doing a lot of reading lately. A kid's book or something. Must be a very interesting story. You get it for me.
You're out of your mind.
He keeps it in his top drawer on a little metal box. It's 2:30 now. I'll meet you at 4 o'clock at the Fishnet. That's on Collins Avenue.
No deal, Rice. It's impossible.
Oh, you'll find a way. And I wouldn't plan anything with Gentry.
You may have to put an ad in the paper looking for a new secretary.
This is a small country, Rice. I hope you can find a corner to hide in.
4 o'clock, the Fishnet. And no switches. You be there.
Dick. Dick. Tim Rourke, please. I'm telling you this is important. In exactly 30 minutes, I want you to call Will Gentry.
What'll I do, wish him a happy birthday?
Just keep him on the phone for a while.
I hate to ask an obvious question, Mike, but would you mind explaining why?
I haven't got time now. I've got to stop by a bookshop first.
A bookshop? What are you going
30 minutes, Tim.
You'll see in a minute, Mr. Shayne. He's in there talking with Joe Moss and his lawyer.
Moss have anything to say?
Not much. Men in his business keep their mouths shut. It's a tribal custom.
Any luck on the book?
Nah. Gentry got it back from the lab this morning. No invisible ink. No coded list of names. Even checked it out for Braille.
Well, if it isn't Michael Shayne.
I didn't think you'd recognize me, Moss. In the daylight.
What are you doing here?
Well, just paying my respects. And you?
Oh, I was just straightening Gentry out on a couple of things.
Like what?
Like where I was last night. You know, for some strange reason, he's got the mistaken idea that I'm involved in the Allerton killing.
No, but you couldn't have been, could you? You were playing cards last night with some friends?
How did you guess? Well, I have a lot of appointments today. You will excuse me.
You coming, Jerry?
Oh, you two know each other.
We have a mutual friend.
Now, look, Shayne, I don't like your attitude.
Take it easy. I asked you last night who your source was. Now I know.
Let's go.
Oh, give my regards to Audrey. Hi, Will.
Social call?
Mm-hmm.
I can't give you much time. I'm up to my ears.
The Allerton case?
The Allerton mess, you mean? Moss just cut me to little ribbons for invasion of privacy.
I'm more interested in that lawyer of his.
Jerry Lederer?
Yeah.
Bright boy, first in his class at law school. He's got everything except ethics.
Did you show him the book?
Not on your life. That's our race in the hole. Moss would give his best friend's right arm to get a look at that book.
Yet, you can't figure it out, huh?
Nope. That's the problem.
Mind if I take a look at it again?
Why, any ideas?
Maybe.
Well, I wish somebody else had charge of this. I'm beginning to feel like a bank guard. Hello, Gentry. Who? Yeah, put him on. Tim Rourke. Yeah. What is it, Tim? I'm busy. Hmm? No comment on last night's shooting. Moss? That's right, we had him in for questioning. Now, what do you think? Sure, I'd book him, but where do I get the evidence? Tim, you don't seem to be hearing very well. I said no comment. Tomorrow I'm calling a press conference. Ask your questions then. Yeah, I know all about the Bill of Rights. Now, see you tomorrow. Our friend's getting to be a nuisance.
Getting to be.
Any help?
No, I thought the illustrations might be a clue, but...
No, we checked that. We checked everything. As a matter of fact, we even took the briefcase apart. Nothing. Here we're holding the biggest bombshell in the city, and we can't figure it out.
Well, I know you've got a lot to do. Look, I'll get in touch with you if I think of anything.
Where's Shayne?
He left. Why?
He switched books on me.
What? Are you sure?
Positive. Look. These pages are still uncut. The lab wouldn't leave it that way.
I'll see if he's still in the building.
Bates, Gentry, put out a citywide alert. Mike Shayne. You heard me the first time. Get him.
Driving all over town. What's he doing, sightseeing?
Don't worry about it. Your meter's running, ain't it?
Sure.
All right, then just keep driving.
The man says drive, so I drive.
I lost him. He sucked me into a prize trap.
Well, what happened?
I followed him all over town. He winds up in a warehouse and clobbers me.
I don't think he's coming.
Maybe he expects a trap.
No, something probably happened to make him change his plans.
What about Lucy, Mike? You're not going to hurt her or anything, are you?
Ah, now, take it easy.
Did you get the book?
Yeah, I got it. The trouble is I had to pull a switch on Gentry.
Look, Mike, maybe if we told him...
No, we can't afford to take a chance. Look, we're wasting our time around here. If Rice was coming, he'd been here by now.
All right, what do we do?
You go back to the office. Wait there.
I just can't sit around, Mike, and wait.
You've got to, Dick. Rice may try to contact us. I'm going visiting.
Meet you at the office?
No, that's the first place Gentry tried to reach me. Leave a message here for me if you need me. Pay the check. What do you want? Not you, Jerry. Where's Miss Allerton?
She's not here.
It's funny. I called your office, and they said the two of you were at the Allerton home.
Who is it, Jerry?
Michael Shayne, Miss Allerton. I'm here on business.
I have no business with you.
Maybe not, but I think you'll listen to what I have to say.
You have 30 seconds.
Your father was carrying valuable information when he was shot. A list of incriminating names and addresses.
I know all this. What's the point?
There was a book in his briefcase. I have it.
You're lying.
Listen to the radio, Jerry. I took it from police headquarters.
Oh, really? Then what's to stop us from calling them and turning you in?
Nothing. There's the phone. No takers. I thought so.
This book. Why are you so sure I'm interested in it?
Because in the right hands, it can ruin Joel Moss. And you hate him, don't you?
I came here to see if Dad had a duplicate list in his private papers.
The police were here first. He hasn't.
Yes, I found that out. What's your price for the book, Mr. Shayne?
Lucy Hamilton.
Who?
You mean you've never heard of her?
No. Who is she?
Either you're both lying, or one of you is double-crossing the other. I'm afraid we can't do business.
Just a minute. You and I are after the same person, Joel Moss. Can't we work together?
I don't like the other member of your team.
What do you mean?
Tell her, Jerry.
I was going to let you know eventually.
Tell me what?
Your fiancé is Moss's lawyer.
Well, he's exaggerating. I was doing some tax work, that's all. Believe me, I dislike him as much as you do.
Get out of here.
Well, I'll drop him cold. Now that's a promise. I was going to tell you, but... Well, I didn't think you'd understand.
I said get out!
I'll call you in the morning, all right? Audrey?
My father belonged to Joel Moss. He was a piece of property that could add and subtract. When the phone rang, he jumped. Do you know what that did to my mother, Mr. Shayne?
I can guess.
She hated Moss. She begged my father to cut free. He kept promising he would, but he never made it. She was ashamed of him. She was so ashamed of him. Eventually, it killed her.
I'm sorry.
So was I. But it's not going to happen to me. Jerry knows how I feel about Moss. He's made his choice.
So did your father.
That's right. And he wound up dead in a phone booth.
He was calling for help, Miss Allerton.
I'm glad it didn't come.
Maybe you arranged it that way.
Maybe I did.
That's my ball.
Oh? Are you sure?
Yeah. Where's Mr. Allerton? I haven't seen him all day.
Well, Mr. Allerton went on a little trip.
Is he coming back?
Oh, I don't think so. What's your name?
Mary Ann. I live next door.
You and Mr. Allerton good friends?
Uh-huh.
He told me to be sure and say goodbye to you.
What about my book?
What book is that?
He promised he'd bring it for me.
Was it about a little girl? A little girl named Alice?
Uh-huh. And the White Rabbit, and the Duchess, and the Mad Hatter.
Why, sure.
Mr. Allerton promised he'd buy it for me.
Well, now, don't you worry about it. You'll get your book. Maybe a little late, but then the White Rabbit always was late, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Bye now.
Like that?
That was old last year. I want something with a little class. May I help you, sir?
I'm looking for Joel Moss.
Oh, yes, sir. Right over there.
Hello, Moss. I want to talk to you privately.
Sure. Well, fix your hair, honey.
What's the matter with my hair?
Comb it. Well, what's on your mind, Shayne?
Why didn't your boy meet me at the fishnet?
My boy? Oh, come on. You got to be a little more specific than that.
Rice.
Do we know anybody by the name of Rice? Sorry, Shayne. Never heard of him.
Let's stop fencing. I've got something you want. I'm willing to trade.
Why is it everybody's a salesman these days? You know, a fella called me and wanted to sell me something just a few hours ago.
Who?
Can't remember the name. You know, I got a hunch that he was selling the same thing you are.
Are you buying?
Nope.
I've got that copy of Alice. You certainly went to enough trouble to get it. Now tell me where Lucy is and it's yours.
Alice, Lucy, Rice. Boy, you're mentioning an awful lot of names I never heard of.
Well, start remembering.
Remembering what?
I want to know where she is. You hired Rice to kidnap my secretary because you wanted to make a deal on that book.
You used your head, Shayne. If it was me and if I wanted to make a deal, I'd make it. But you understand, I'm not interested in your merchandise, so go peddle it to someone who is.
Like the police?
Yes, like the police. They ought to be tired of those old comic books by now.
Hello? Put Shayne on.
He isn't here.
Where is he?
This is Rice.
He's looking for you. Why didn't you meet us? Don't ask so many questions.
Where's the book?
I have it here. Bring it up here. The address is 7440 York.
You know what that is?
I'll find it. Apartment 5. And listen, no friends. Just bring the book.
Hey, what about Lucy?
You worry too much. Get up here. or something. I bet you never kept quiet so long in your whole life. Well, don't worry, you'll be out of here pretty soon. Come on in. I didn't expect you until... Rice. Rice. Let's see.
Oh, Dick. You all right?
Yes, I heard shots. Somebody came. Oh.
Is that the guy that brought you here? Huh? Wait a minute.
Where's Mike?
I'll call him. Are you sure you're all right?
Well, you've had a rough day, Angel. Feel like talking about it?
Well, I don't know very much. Rice forced me here, and then they blindfolded me.
They?
Yes, there was somebody else in the room. I don't even know whether it was a man or a woman. They never talked to each other.
Did anybody call Rice and tell him not to meet Mike?
Yes, he was here alone with me when the phone rang. And I heard him say something about canceling a 4 o'clock appointment.
Well, that explains why he didn't show. But how come the change in plans?
Because of Joel Moss. Our killer called him today and offered him that book. Moss turned him down.
Turned him down?
Right. And that left our friend in the middle of nowhere. After all that planning, the buyer wasn't buying, so he told Rice to break the appointment.
Oh, then Rice started getting ideas of his own. He called me and was going to make his own deal with Moss.
A nice double cross. But our friend killed him first. He knew Rice was the only one who could identify him.
Well, why didn't Moss want the book?
That's a good question. I think a little girl named Mary Ann gave me the answer. All right, now we go to work. Dick, get the book out of the glove compartment of my car.
All right, what do I do with it?
Take it over to Gentry and fill him in on everything, including that.
Yeah, but what about the...
Come on, get started.
All right.
You're going home and straight to bed, and you're taking tomorrow off.
Oh, why? I'll be fine.
Yeah, but you'll be better after 10 hours sleep. It's either my gun or the window. Which way do you want to go out? Well, next time you want to search an office, remember to mask your flashlight.
I'm not very experienced at this.
What were you looking for, anyway?
You said you had the book. I thought I might be able to find it.
What then? Sell it to the highest bidder?
No, I'd give it to the police. But first I'd let Moss know I had it. I'd make him crawl a little.
Where have you been since I left you?
Driving around, then I went to my apartment.
Did you hear from Jerry Latimer?
Yes, he called me about an hour ago. He said he was breaking with Moss.
You believe him?
I don't know. If he does, I'll let him have another chance. Mr. Shayne, if you give me that book, I might be able to help you with my father's murder.
The police have it by now. But if you have any information, you better give it to me.
It's not very much. My father called me 2 days ago. He said he was frightened that someone was following him.
Did he mention any names?
No, but he asked to see me.
I think he wanted to stay with me at the apartment until things cooled off. He said he had had enough, that he was getting out.
Anything else?
Yes. He said he was delivering the list to Joel Moss.
What did you do?
I hung up on him. Do you blame me? How many times did he promise me he was through?
Gentry knew what your father was doing. Someone tipped him off. It was you, wasn't it?
It was wrong, I guess. But I wanted to get Moss in trouble and teach my dad a lesson. The only one who learned a lesson was me.
Why don't you forget about all this? Go on home. It'll all be over in a few hours anyway.
I don't know whether to thank you or not.
Don't worry about me. You just grow up a little.
Where's Lucy now?
Mike took her home.
All right, fine. Somebody had him over a barrel, but why the blazes didn't he tell me about it?
Because he was ordered not to call in the police. What did you want him to do, take a chance with Lucy's life?
There are law enforcement bodies in this state, and they do a pretty competent job. Mike has a license, not a badge.
And he won't have the license long.
What else could he do? Rice gave him a deadline. He didn't have time to think.
The fact remains he stole police evidence.
All right, this isn't your problem. You can go.
Mike.
How's the temperature in there?
Below 0. You want me to hang around?
No, thanks. You can go on home. Hello, Will.
I ought to throw you in jail.
What bothers you most? A broken law or a bruised ego?
Law. You don't know the meaning of the word. There happens to be a distinction between private and public justice.
You know the circumstances. What would you have done?
We're not getting anywhere. He should be booked.
Before you do that, I have a few things to say. My private justice turned up a few facts.
About what?
About this. It's worthless.
Worthless?
Keep talking. When I showed it to Moss, he laughed in my face. And do you know why? Because it doesn't contain the list.
Then why was Allerton carrying it around with him?
He bought it for a little girl, his next-door neighbor.
The book was the only thing he had with him.
The only other thing, you mean? He knew he was being followed, so he ditched the real list.
The only place he could have done that was a tobacco shop, and we searched that from top to bottom.
And there's something you missed. Look, the shop will be closing soon. We'd better get down there. Someone else may get the same idea and start searching the place before we do.
Yeah, well, you're going to stay right here.
All right, find it yourself.
All right, come on. We'll go buy some cigarettes. It's a pleasure to put you under arrest, Morse.
Big deal, Gentry. So you got me for breaking and entering. Do I get a jury trial?
There'll be a few more charges by then.
And what are you going to use for proof?
Allerton's list will be a good start. We're going into the tobacco shop and pick it up.
Call in for a car to take him in. Come on.
All right, now let's go back over what happened. There were two things in Allerton's briefcase. The copy of Alice in Wonderland and the list of names.
No, we know all that. He probably realized he was being followed, ducked in here, and got rid of the list. The question is where?
Where did you find him?
Phone booth. Oh, this is a great time to look up a phone number.
Or a list of names.
You mean the book?
Exactly. Names and addresses. The key ones checked in ink.
How'd you know?
Something seemed odd to me last night after the shooting. Today I realized what it was. There were two phone directories on this ledge. Both of them covered the same territory, but one of them was new.
Well, that wraps it up. Morse must have figured the list was still here, waited till the shop was closed, and came down with one of his boys.
You're forgetting something.
What?
The man who kidnapped Lucy and who committed 2 murders.
Must have been Morse.
Morse wouldn't kidnap Lucy. He knew the kid's book was worthless.
Then who?
Allerton's daughter told me he was being followed. Someone was putting the pressure on him.
Sure, my man Wallace.
Exactly.
You realize what you're saying?
I'm saying Wallace is our boy.
That's a rotten lie.
You better have proof. You're talking about a policeman.
That's right. The 1 out of 1,000 who goes bad.
You better be joking, Shayne.
I'm not. You thought that book was worth a fortune, but you couldn't steal it yourself. Gentry would have known it was someone in his department. So you decided to use me, through Lucy.
Why would I do that?
The usual reason, money. Rice told me the book was in that metal box in your drawer. Who else knew that?
You saw me put it in there last night.
You can't prove a thing.
Joel Morse can. You called him today and offered him that book. He'll be very happy to identify your voice.
All right, stay right where you are.
I wouldn't try it, Wallace. There are 2 of us. The odds are against you.
All right, just stay out of my way.
Come on. I will. You don't want to forget this. You like it?
Beautiful. Is that a peace offering for Will Gentry?
Hardly. No, he let me off with a lecture. This happens to be for a very special little friend of mine.
Oh, who's that?
Little girl named Mary Ann. Have we got a card that I can put with this?
Yeah. However, I'll fill it out. Your handwriting is atrocious. To Mary Ann. Who shall I say it's from?
Just sign it, The White Rabbit. She'll know. Here are some exciting moments from next week's Michael Shayne Mystery.
Mike Shayne?
That's right.
My name is Gino Cavelli. Do you mind if I come in?
I have office hours for business, Mr. Cavelli.
Well, this kind of business don't go by the clock. Sometimes it blows up right in your face.
I gotta go downtown, but I come back in about an hour, eh? Who's he?
Mike Shayne.
Shayne, the detective? What's he doing here?
Joan thought you might need some help.
Look, I need the help. I ask for it.
Charlie, he's in there. It's too late. He's already dead.
There must be at least 50 people who'd like to see Stefano dead for one reason or another.
Including his wife?
Maybe. She's in her 20s, he's 55.
you know.
I'd like to use your phone.
Oh, no, you live here, you use the payphone.
Well, where's that?
Down the end of the alley, at the other entrance.
Michael Shayne, please. Did he leave a phone number? No. No, I don't know where I'll be. Well, never mind. I'm seeing him tomorrow morning anyhow.
Angel, anyone ever tell you you give lovely parties?
Oh, that's just like a man. Invite you out to dinner, and then you have to make it.
It's delicious. Remind me to ask you again sometime.
Thank you. Cognac in your coffee?
Hmm? Don't think I don't appreciate the 12-hour day you put in.
Oh, it was worth it. Just imagine clean desk drawers, clean files. We are now eligible for the Good Housekeeping Seal of Approval.
It's just the trouble. How am I ever going to find anything in all that neatness?
Well, don't brood. It'll never last.
Ah, this is what I call living. As the old saying goes, music hath charms to soothe the savage.
Oh, fine. Well, if that's a savage, I'll invite him in. Hi, Ned. Come on in.
Hi, Lucy. Hi, Mike. Sorry to bother you, but...
What's the matter? No school tonight?
No, I had to work an extra shift.
Oh?
There's this corpus delicti. A man, about 45. He was gunned in an alley. No witnesses. Wallet's been taken, so there's no ID.
And Will Gentry needs Michael Shayne?
Well, he didn't exactly put it that way, Lucy. He said, pick up Mike Shayne. He's always crawling around where he shouldn't be. Wonder if he can crawl out of this guy's pocket.
Mr. Corpus Delictis.
Uh-huh. It seems that he had this matchbook.
Doesn't everybody?
Not with your name on it.
Uh-oh. That's all I need. A late date with Gentry.
Well, I'll keep the percolator burning in the window if you two want to come back.
Sorry, Angel. I'm afraid it'll be too late. I better drop you off.
Just think that lovely pot going to waste.
I'll give you a rain check on it.
No, thanks. Next time you can take me out.
No? No?
Manager, come here, will you? This man register here?
That's right.
What name?
Smith. He give me a $10 bill.
Your room's worth that much?
No, the room's only worth $6. But for $4 extra, even you can call yourself Smith.
All right, that's all. Okay, boys. Mike.
M. Shayne, check. Telephone number, check. 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Tuesday. Nobody ever sees me that early in the morning.
You think Lucy could have forgotten it if he called your office?
Not a chance. She'd never let a potential client off the hook.
Well, thanks for nothing. Let me have it.
So it won't be a total loss. I do know one thing.
What?
Who writes on matchbooks?
Who?
Somebody in a big hurry or else on the run.
Too bad he couldn't have run a little faster. 32 slug caught up with him.
Anything else?
No, that's all for now. Stay in touch.
Don't I always? For 9 o'clock in the morning.
I'm sorry, sir. Mr. Shayne never sees anyone before 10. Call later, won't you? Bye.
Lucy.
Michael?
Yes. You wait now? Look, like I said, was I supposed to see someone at 9 tomorrow morning?
You know I never make appointments for you at that hour. And besides, who is this early bird type?
Just think now. Was there a letter, a note, anything with an unfamiliar name on it?
Absolutely not. You know I never let a possible client get away.
Well, this one sure didn't. Okay, go back to sleep. One of us is in the wrong apartment.
I am, Mr. Shayne. My name is Elaine Barstow. The night man let me in.
How much did it cost you?
$10.
You get a bargain. He usually charges 20. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm sorry I had to come like this, but I wanted to see you before Mr. Carson did.
Carson?
You don't know him, but you will. You have an appointment with him tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Would you like a drink?
Well, maybe some wine. It might help me to unscramble my thoughts.
Maybe you can unscramble mine. Like, why did you have to see me tonight?
Mr. Shayne, my husband's name is Dave Barstow. I married him 6 years ago, and for me it was for keeps.
For him?
The same. At least I thought it was. Up to a year ago, until Bill Carson came into our lives.
She any relation to my 9 a.m. appointment?
William Carson is her husband. And Dave and I work for them.
Here in Miami?
Well, on the outskirts, about 20 miles. Have you ever heard of the Palmetto Health Farm?
Yes, I have. You have to be wealthy to get healthy there.
I admit it helps.
What do you and your husband do there?
I'm Mr. Carson's secretary, and Dave takes care of the physical side, you know. Slim, trim the bodies.
And Mrs. Carson?
Mrs. Carson is a chameleon. She's the gracious hostess to all the paying guests, dominant wife, an abusive boss to all the help. That is, except my husband.
Let's go out and come in again. Why are you here?
I typed the letter Mr. Carson dictated, the one to you, setting up tomorrow's appointment.
I never got the letter, Mrs. Barstow.
You didn't? Well, I don't understand that.
Any idea what he wanted to see me about?
Yes. Only Mr. Carson wasn't aware that I knew. You see, he's going to hire you to get evidence on Dave and Belle so that he can divorce her. Don't listen to him, Mr. Shayne, please. Don't listen to him.
Mrs. Barstow, I don't get it. You want to protect the woman you say is running off with your husband?
Don't you see? If he divorces her, then she's going to be free. Free to really take Dave away from me. Well, if I can just keep this quiet, I think I can work it out myself. I'll pay you anything you want, Mr. Shayne, only just don't help William Carson.
Tell me something. Is Carson about 45, gray at the temples?
Why did you let me go on like this if you've already seen him?
Let's just say I might have seen him, but not to talk to. Now, you go on home and relax. I don't believe there's any way that I can be of help to Mr. Carson.
Thanks, Mr. Shayne. I'm very grateful. Now, whatever the charge is...
There won't be any. I'll write it off to my respect for the state of matrimony.
Oh, one thing. I'd rather no one knew I'd seen you. It's just that it's kind of embarrassing.
I understand.
Hello, sweetie. What are you doing up so late?
Improving my mind. Mr. Carson's private stock?
As a matter of fact, yes. William has very good taste in scotch.
Too bad it doesn't include women.
All right, Elaine, let's review the bidding for the last time. You and I never had it so good.
Speak for yourself.
Sweetie, whether you know it or not, your jealousy's showing.
Well, I prefer to call it something else. Like pride.
Look, Elaine, you dreamed up this whole thing about Belle and me. She's an employer, nothing more.
And it's your job to drink with her and make love to her.
All right, that does it. Now, you've blown this whole thing out of proportion. Now, you're not going to blow up this gravy train, and I'm going to see to that.
Dave, wait, please. I'm sorry. I'm just no good at competition. And Belle scares me. She's just so sure of herself.
You are scared, aren't you, sweetie?
Yes, I am. Well, I love you more than anything else in the world, Dave. And I just get sick of the thought of maybe losing you. That's why I wanted to have it out tonight.
But you got cold feet.
I always do.
Well, maybe you found a cure. Wearing your stockings to bed? All right, right, let's cut out the tears and explain.
Well, I didn't think you were having a business appointment tonight, so I followed you. That is, I started to follow you. I thought you were going to see Belle. And then I became ashamed of myself, and I just gave up. I just drove around. I parked. I looked at the ocean. I tried to figure out what happened to us and what I could do to make it the way it used to be. The time just slipped by. Look, I came in just 2 minutes before you did. Oh, Dave, I just didn't want you to know.
It's all right, baby. It's all right.
I know you have to cater to Belle, and I'll try to understand. Forgive me, David. Huh? Forgive me, please.
There now. You feel forgiven?
Wait till you see this, Dick. This office is positively the most horrible mess since the London Blitz.
So what's different?
12 hours, 12 long hours I've worked to bring order out of chaos.
Good morning, Angel. Dick, beautiful morning, nice early start.
Are you responsible for this mess?
Well,
I thought so. For heaven's sake, Michael, why? Here's the morning mail.
I was looking for something. Maybe you ought to take a vacation.
Maybe you ought to go to school.
Higher education doesn't start till 1 o'clock today.
Oh, here it is. This is what I was looking for last night.
Wow, $500.
Oh, no wonder it was a day late. Misdirected. They sent it to Miami Beach. Palmetto Health Farm. William C. Carson.
Who's William C. Carson?
Wrong tense. Who was William C. Carson?
Oh, Mr. Corpus Delicti.
The early bird I phoned you about.
Well, does Will Gentry know?
Yep, phoned him first thing this morning.
Where are you going?
To get healthy. I'm on a case for a dead man.
Last time I lost 5 pounds in 5 days.
Hi. Quite a place. Must cost those gals about $100 a pound, huh? For their kind of dough, who counts?
Why didn't you tell me last night that Mr. Carson was dead?
Well, because I wasn't sure it was Carson. I wanted to check with the police first.
Oh, what are you doing here? I thought you were going to keep our visit confidential.
Oh, I will. I was just glad to see a familiar face. You know, it's pretty frightening out there.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude, Mr. Shayne. It's just that I'm upset because the police have been asking so many questions this morning. I'll call him in, and I'm going to trust you. Marie, would you ask Dave to come in here, please?
Thank you. I needed rescue.
Dear, I'd like you to meet Michael Shayne. This is my husband, Dave Barstow.
Mr. Barstow?
Shayne? Oh, I hope you're checking in. Women outnumber the men 4 to 1.
It's always the way, isn't it? I wonder if you'd mind answering a couple of questions.
But if it's about Mr. Carson, I've already told the police what I know, which is nothing.
Where were you last night? About 11.
I don't have to answer that question, Mr. Shayne.
I know why you lied to the police, Dave, but you can tell Mr. Shayne the truth.
I don't know what she's talking about.
He's trying to save me the humiliation. He spent most of the evening with Belle Carson.
That true, Mr. Barstow?
And you didn't have to say that, Elaine.
Oh, well, let's just say that Mrs. Carson is a very demanding boss in certain instances.
This demanding boss, where would I find her?
In room number 14.
Thanks.
Hello, Belle. It's been a long time.
I told you on the phone not to come here.
But you knew that I would, didn't you? I thought that was why you left the back door open. How do I look?
When'd you grow the hair?
Certainly not while I was in prison. That's for sure. Poor Belle. But you make a very pretty widow, you know? I don't think you'll miss him, will you?
You'll get your money. And nobody will miss you.
Good old Belle. You always were the one to lead a man around by the nose. But not anymore. And not me. Now, I'll give you exactly 1 day to dig up that cash. Otherwise, you know what'll happen.
I told you I'd have it, and I will.
You told me that once before. And you didn't. Now, that's just to make sure that I get the money tomorrow.
Who is it?
Michael Shayne. I'd like to talk to you, Mrs. Carson.
Come in, Mr. Shayne.
Sorry to bother you at a time like this.
I've heard about you from my late husband. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. Did I interrupt anything?
No, I was just packing some of my husband's things. Memories are hard to live with. Can I get you a drink, Mr. Shayne?
Some black coffee would be fine.
All right, I've got some in the pot. I'll heat it up.
Hate to put you to any trouble.
No trouble at all. Won't be in a minute.
Get out the back way. Did you hear me get out?
No, he saw it.
Honey, it's Dave.
Oh, Dave.
What's the matter, baby? Who did it?
I don't know.
Well, someone was here. Who did it?
I was in the kitchen. I swear I don't know.
Get an ice pack. He's just out.
glad you're all right, Mr. Shayne.
You've got too many men in your life, Mrs. Carson. Who was the guy who slugged me?
Why don't you leave her alone?
Why don't you? Well, Mrs. Carson?
I don't know. I was in the kitchen.
You didn't see him.
Whoever he was, he must have come in the back way.
Well, he might be back.
What do you mean?
He forgot his hat.
I told you that was Williams.
Mrs. Carson, I saw your husband. A man doesn't wear $250 suits with a $4 hat.
So he wasn't stylish.
Did your husband go up to Miami often?
No?
Any idea what he'd be doing at a cheap motel?
No, I don't. Unless he didn't want anyone to know where he was. We always stayed at the Park Arms. The owner is a friend.
Was there another woman involved?
No. And I resent the insinuation. William and I were very happy.
I see. Where were you last night?
Right here. With Dave.
Nice and cozy. I'm sure that made your husband very happy. Unless you're both lying.
I think it's about time you got out of here.
All right. I'll respect your privacy. Oh, Mrs. Carson, just a thought for the day. Whoever was in that bedroom might have been after you. I'm in the book if you need me. Hi, kids.
Hi.
Any calls, Lucy?
Will Gentry. Wanted to know how you figured in this case.
Well, you should read the papers.
Incidentally, thanks for the tip. The Tribune beat the town on the Carson yard.
Yeah, how's Mrs. Carson taking it?
Straight, with water on the side. And the lady's not for mourning, at least not convincingly.
Another man?
Men, Tim, men.
So that's what took you so long, hmm?
No. I struck out, Angel.
You know, we can't get a picture of her. Nobody's been able to get in there with a photographer.
Boy, she must be a real dog.
Not just the opposite.
No pictures, no interviews. The press is playing it by ear. Did I say something?
I don't know for sure. Why would a woman like that mix the Fourth Estate?
Bad press, maybe?
Or maybe she's got something to hide.
Like what?
Her face. There was a picture of her in her bedroom. She'd changed the color of her hair.
That's a woman's prerogative.
Hey, Mike, if you want the picture, why don't I do a little breaking and entering?
No, that's out.
And I can't get in.
They'd watch me like a hawk.
Oh, now, wait a minute, fellas.
Don't you think Lucy's getting a little lumpy and stuff?
I think she could use a little going over.
I resent this.
That's it. Uniform of the day, exercise suit and sweatshirt.
Thanks a lot.
Come on, I'll fill you in. Now, here's what you...
Well, the first 10 are always the hardest, Lucy.
Well, all I can say is wow.
That's what all the men are going to say after a week of this.
Well, I didn't think I was exactly that far gone when I came here.
Come on, let's try it again.
Oh.
Ready? 1. Good girl. Down. 2. Very good. Once more now.
No, that's...
Come on, Lucy. Once more. Whoop that away. Good girl. Good girl.
I think you've done about all you can for the family. Don't
Yes.
you agree?
Go put somebody else on the rack. But come back, I'll miss you.
Don't get any ideas, Miss Hamilton.
Don't worry, I won't.
All right, everybody. Into the snack bar for some kelp loaf.
If you want him, you have to pay. And you have to pay plenty. So that's the pitch. Bargain day for husbands. There's only one thing standing in your way, Belle. That's me. Couldn't be that you might have had something to do with William's accident. That was no accident, Belle. You know that. I understand you were out last night. As far out as Miami? That's right. I went out there to hire Shayne to protect your interests. My interests? Of course. You see, if Carson had hired him, he would have found out about you and Dave. I see. And he could have divorced me without a penny. And I couldn't have paid you. Exactly. So, by protecting your interests, I protect my own. Suppose I don't appreciate your help. Suppose I tell you to pack up and get out of here. David, go with me. I don't think you'd like that, so.
Lucy?
Hi.
You're not leaving us, are you?
Oh, yes, I'm afraid so, Mr. Barstow.
I told you to call me Dave, remember?
Oh, yes. Well, Dave.
Well, maybe I haven't been spending much time with you.
Oh, no, you've been wonderful. It's just that well...
Something's wrong.
Yes, I just called home and my father's very ill.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, maybe you'll be back with us someday.
Oh, yes, I certainly will. That's a promise. Bye.
Goodbye.
Well, let me have that for the paper, will you? Sure, as soon as I'm through with it. Angel, my gratitude is boundless.
Boundless enough to get me something to eat, I hope. All I've had today is kelp loaf.
What's that?
Seaweed and sesame. It has all the elements that are vital for good, sturdy health. Oh, I'm sick as a dog.
Why not have the drugstore send up some sandwiches? Elaine portraits make lasting memories. 24-hour service. Good, then they'll be open. Dick, get on down there. Dig up everything you can. Then call me. All right. Okay, Angel. Now, tell me what happened.
Well, they taught me two things. Carry your own lunch and stay away from Dave.
Handy guy, huh?
Yeah, he's handy, all right. With everyone except his wife.
Hmm?
You interested?
Yeah, go on.
Dinner first, hmm?
Dinner first. I'll call.
Mike, steak.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Do you mind if I use your phone?
No, go right ahead.
Mike? Yeah, it's me. Yeah, that picture was made here, all right. But under the name of Belle Watson.
What's the address on Miss Watson?
No, not Miss Watson. Mrs. Ed Watson. Dated about 2 years ago. 170 Northeast 3rd Street.
170 Northeast 3rd Street. Okay, thanks, Dick. Good job. Come on, Tim. See you later, Lucy.
Watson. He's come down here from Atlanta. Ed Watson. He worked for the Barnett Lumber people up there.
Barnett Lumber?
You guys cops? Wouldn't surprise me none if this Watson were in trouble. He run out and left his wife high and dry. A good looker like that. Must have been out of his mind.
Did Watson wear a toupee?
What?
Hairpiece.
Well, that's hard to tell. Seems like he had a pretty good head of hair to me.
Thanks.
Hey, what was that crack about a toupee?
Well, the guy who slugged me was wearing one. The inside of his hat had spirit gum in it. That's that stuff they use to paste on hairpieces.
Oh. The Barnett Lumber family. There was a kidnapping 2 years back. Big story out of Atlanta.
How does that tie into this?
Well, the go-between was a man named Ed Watson. He worked for Barnett. He was supposed to deliver the ransom to the kidnapper.
Think you'd have anything on the case in the Tribune files?
Probably.
How about picking it up for him?
Okay, I'll get the stuff tomorrow.
Good. Look, I'm going to drop you off, and then I'm going to do a little checking on a marriage license.
You mean you and Lucy?
Oh, now, don't spread that around, Luella. You may get an exclusive.
They wouldn't want strangers poring over their marriage licenses, Mr. Shayne.
Well, how about you, Sam? You're not a stranger, are you? Think it'd be legal if you took a look?
Well, yeah, almost legal. One trouble, though.
Oh, what's that?
Well, I left home without my glasses. I can't read without my glasses.
Well, what do you know about that? No, I just happen to have 20 vision.
Well, you certainly have, Mr. Shayne. You certainly have.
Yes, and I also know what the score is. 2 husbands, Belle. Add 'em up.
What are you talking about?
That guy who slugged me. That was Watson, wasn't it? Your first husband. I looked up the marriage license. No divorces and no prediscondition of widowhood.
That's crazy.
No, that's bigamy. And that's what Carson wanted to see me about. You and Watson were shaking him down.
No, you've got it all wrong.
For a health farm, this place isn't very healthy.
Your gun.
What were you doing with it?
Well, I heard a shot, so I grabbed it from your drawer and ran out. When I didn't see anything, I came back in and Shayne, he clobbered me.
Hi, Mike. Lucy told me you were here.
Bring the files on the Barnett kidnapping?
Yeah, all I could find on it. Oh, did Mike fill you in?
Yeah, sure. Everything except who killed William Carson. Now, you know I'd tell you if I knew, Will.
Here's a picture of Curly Buford. He was the kidnapper in the case. They picked him up minus the ransom.
His face.
You ought to know it. His picture's hanging in every post office in town. He escaped from prison a couple of days ago.
Wait a minute. This is the guy who slugged me.
You mean he's here in town?
That's exactly what I mean.
Gentry, put out
don't know points on Curly Buford. There's a chance he might be in this area. Right. What's his connection in this case?
Tell you later. Tim, have you got a picture of Ed Watson? You mean Belle's first husband?
Yeah.
Ran in the Atlanta papers. This is a picture of William Carson.
Well, the caption says he's Watson.
Then Belle didn't commit bigamy, don't you see?
No, I don't. Suppose you try enlightening me.
It looked like she was married to Watson and Carson at the same time, but she actually wasn't. They were both the same man.
And Buford killed him because he was double-crossed.
If he did, that might make her next on his list.
Michael Shayne's office. Mr. Shayne, please. I'm sorry, he isn't in just now. May I have him call you? Yes. I'm at the Park Arms. Tell him it's very urgent. Tell him Mrs. Carson said it's most urgent. Very well.
Homicide, Gentry. Yeah, Lucy.
Yeah, Angel.
Mike, Belle just called. She's at the Park Arms. She made it sound important.
Thanks, Angel. Belle Carson is at the Park Arms.
Let's go.
Who is it? Back. I've got the money, Curly. It's right here in my bag.
It'll still be there after you're dead, Belle.
Why take it out on me? It was Ed's idea.
You two must have had a big laugh. Poor, dumb Curly, cooped up there in the pen while you were living it up in Florida. You and Watson really double-crossed me, Belle.
Curly? You liked me once. We could go away together someplace. Europe, maybe, or someplace. Please, Curly.
I missed you this morning, Belle. It won't happen a second time.
Shayne!
I'll take that, Mrs. Carson.
He was going to kill you.
You didn't kill him to save me. You shot him to keep him from talking.
We know all about the kidnapping, Mrs. Carson.
And we know your husband was killed with a .32. Buford's gun is a .38.
But yours is a .32.
You heard Dave say I was with him the night my husband was killed. And that's not the only .32 in the world.
No, it isn't. I took this .32 from David Barstow. It's registered in his wife's name.
Well, we'll run him through ballistics. Pick up the Barstows.
Anyone want to change their statement before we get the ballistics report?
I didn't kill him, Mr. Shayne. Why should I?
I'll tell you why. Because with him out of the way, I'd be free to marry Dave. At your price. She's been playing the sweet little innocent, but I could tell you some things
Shut
about
up,
her.
Belle. You're only making it worse.
Well, it was cleaned after it was fired, all right. But it's the murder weapon. And it's yours, Mrs. Barstow.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Elaine couldn't kill anyone? Honey, I'll get you the best lawyer in town.
You're the one who needs the lawyer, Dave. When I got home last night, the gun was missing. And you had it.
Why, she doesn't know what she's talking about. I was with Belle that night. Wasn't I, Belle? Belle?
I'm tired of lying, Dave. He wasn't with me. I don't know where he was, but he wasn't with me.
Book him.
I was with you, Belle. That was her idea.
No, it wasn't, Dave. Belle wouldn't want an investigation. And that's exactly what her husband's murder would lead to.
But I did it for you. I did it for you. You gotta believe I did it for you.
He did it for your money.
Well, I guess you won't be needing me any longer.
Oh, yes, we will, Mrs. Carson. You're still wanted in Atlanta for your part in that kidnapping. And you've got some explaining to do about Buford's death. Hold her for questioning.
What about me?
You can go. But not until I say something. This whole thing started because of you. You withheld evidence about that gun. You put pressure on Bella and your husband. As a matter of fact, you did everything you could to complicate this case. I just want you to know I'm aware of it.
But you can't prove it, can you?
If I could, you wouldn't be walking out that door.
And goodbye, Mr. Gentry.
Well, one thing about this business. You meet such nice people.
Come on, I'll buy you both a cup of coffee.
Michael. Hey. You're not listening.
Yes, I am, Angel.
Why did Carson want to hire you in the first place?
Mark Buford. And he figured he'd take it from there.
Unsavory bunch of characters, huh? Well, oh, my poor back. I have got muscles that I never even knew existed before.
You ought to work out more often.
Oh.
Here are some exciting moments from next week's Michael Shayne Mystery.
And there they are, folks. Our 4 beautiful finalists. Miss Mary Beth Wilder, Miss Sally Dean, Miss Ellen Cook, and Miss Gay Dennis.
If you weren't Gay's press agent... Who is she, Bertie?
It's Sally Dean.
Wait a minute.
Dennis?
Oh, now, easy, miss.
I hope you got an angle, Shayne. That $5 grand's getting cold.
Snap to it, Michael.
You shut up.
Point that cigar the other way, lover. It might go off.
That why you borrowed $20 from me this morning? So you could go out and buy flowers for that,
Steady, Angel. Listen, Dick, when Gentry finds out you sent those posies, you're going to have some explaining to do.
Yeah, to him and to me.
Hello, Harriet.
This has been a 4-star production.